Come on, buddy. Come on.
So they put us through the turnstiles and turned us loose inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, visitors of all ages, the Bazuco Casino Circus proudly presents...
Ladies and gents, this is the moment you've waited for. Searching in the dark, your sweat soaking through the floor. Buried in your bones, there's an ache that you can't ignore. Taking your breath, stealing your mind, and all that was real is left behind. Don't fight it, it's coming for your own energy. It's only this moment, don't care what comes after. You're full of dream, can't you see you getting closer? Just surrender, cause you feel the feeling taking over.
Wow. Did it just end like that? That was weird.
It did.
That was weird.
No preamble, no nothing.
Huh. I don't like it.
How abrupt.
That was very abrupt. I didn't like that at all. All right, I'm going to jump on the computer here. Give me a second. Oh, God, I look awful. What's happening?
Yeah. Hi, everybody. I hope you're having a good Sunday.
I also hope you're having a good Sunday. All right, let's start with saying hello to some of these fine, beautiful people in the chat. GT Comics, what's going on? Good morning. Joe Facius, good morning, my friend. Went from happy... Facius. Susie Q, hanging out with us. Appreciate y'all. We also had Las Crucius I saw at one point in time. When I was looking earlier this morning, but it doesn't seem to be on here now. But
yeah, Thomas O'Donnell and Jeff.
Yeah, weird. I'm like missing people on this. Well, Tate Prime's there as well. Huh.
You don't see the Thomas O'Donnell one?
I do not see the Thomas O'Donnell.
Weird.
Yeah. Hi, Thomas. Yeah, not cool, man. Not cool, bro. StreamYard's been acting weird lately, apparently. I've heard this complaint a couple of times from people these days. So I'm just like, hopefully it doesn't affect it too badly. It's just Mr. Becker and I this morning so far. If anybody wants a link, you want to pop on, you're more than welcome. I've sent the bat signal up. See who shows up today. I think Madam was in the chat as well. Yeah,
I didn't see.
I was looking on when I was on my phone. I could see the whole thing, but now that I'm on my computer, some people have disappeared. Patel's hanging out with us. What's going on, my man? Good to see you this morning. It's Sunday. It's Comic Book Church Day. It is the first comic book church that we're gonna have that Papa Wheelie won't be on, which is it's weird. It's sad. You know, you never know. Usually Papa, he was one of two people. He either popped on first thing and stayed the entire shift, or he popped on at like 1 p.m. because he was up far too late playing Fortnite. Susie Q hanging out. How you doing, Susie? Good morning.
Video games.
Him and his video games. So you know what? We're gonna miss Papa today. He was awesome, man. Gonna miss watching wrestling with Papa too. He always invited me to the wrestling stuff, which is pretty cool.
He was a good friend. Gonna miss talking wrestling with him. Gonna miss trying to navigate his arguments with others about wrestling. I played mediator a lot to that man.
Yeah, I gave him shit a lot. I know I gave him shit all the time, but that's because he always came in so hot.
He'd get into it with Biggie, he'd get into it with Dr. Von Hoot, and then be like, all right, man, maybe just peel it back a little. You know, it's just it's pro wrestling. We don't need to have hard feelings.
12% there, Squirrely Dan. That's enough. That's funny. Yeah, man. But Papa Willie's going to be missed. He's been missed this week throughout the community. I know a lot of people have been talking about him, saying they miss him, especially in the chats and all that jazz. He had a certain brand of humor that we're definitely going to miss. Brother Joe, just want to say station before I go to the real deal. I don't know what the real deal is, Brother Joe, but oof, sounds like the real deal to me.
Probably the Real Deal Church. I think he's going to church.
Oh, he's going to actual church. I see.
This is more of a church.
Moonbeam, how you doing, man? I don't, typically we'll probably end it with the song that I wrote, where it's sort of Pop Whaley and a bunch of people that come to church or have been on panel a bunch are featured in that. So I'll probably play that eventually. I did put out a song this week, though. I did put out a Pink Floyd cover this week, so you can check that out if you like. It's pretty good. It's gotten some good views so far, so appreciate that. Yeah, man, pretty dope. Picked up this bad boy pretty recently. Fairly exciting stuff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a beautiful copy.
Bag's coming to our local con here next month.
And this is a gorgeous copy of this. I had an 8.5 at one point in time that I sold, but this is a really nice copy. I think I might actually send this to CGC. That's how nice a copy this is.
Now, that's a key book I bought when it came out.
Yeah.
And then like maybe a year or two, like probably when I was in high school, so maybe a few years after I'd been collecting, right? I bought a nice copy for like $5 or something. And I held that. And then during the pandemic, when I got into sending some books to the grading aficionados, I sent it and I think it got a 9.4 and something like that, which no pressing. And I had read it. I know I had read that copy or like paged through it with my hands. Usually books that like survived my high school years, like were very spine ticked and stuff and had pizza stains on them.
Oh yeah, I was hard on books, man. There's nothing like because there are kids and it's amazing. You're like, really? All that stuff survived your childhood? Like all my wrestlers, no paint. Like, all the paint was pretty much worn off on all their outfits. The comic books were pretty much just, you throw them on the bed. Oh, you laid down. Oops, shit, my leg, I sat on it by accident, or, whatever the case. But yeah, they did not survive at all, man. Throw them under the bed.
I mean, I have them all.
Between the bed. Susie Q says, Beckerman.
Hey, what's up, Susie?
Yeah, Beckerman's not feeling so shit hot today.
No, I had a rough week, but I'm actually on the other side of it. For those that were in Discord that heard me on like Thursday and Friday, I was sounding pretty gravelly. I lost my voice Thursday, and I worked Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So,
well, you could really do I don't want to like promote it, but you could really, one of them phone lines from the 90s. It
was worse. Now I'm just kind of nasally and congested, but I felt much worse.
I watched your Pink Floyd Mother video. Good stuff. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate that, brother. Yeah, man.
Yeah, you're still doing the covers and stuff.
Every now and again, I've pretty much done all the covers I know. So now I'm just like, I don't think I know any more songs. So now I got to learn new stuff. Well, that being said, I had to learn all that stuff too. I just was picking and choosing between songs that I know well. You know what I mean?
Are you open to like learning a new instrument? Because I think accordion music could really take off on this channel.
If I was going to pick like an instrument to learn, it would be the accordion. It's just such a sexy instrument.
Right.
Right when you play it, you're just like, oh my God, I'm so hot. Look at people looking at me. Look how they're looking at me. It's great.
It's very erotic. Of all of the instruments, it's what I would call.
Yeah. All that pumping and wind, and it's so good.
I was going to say it, but I couldn't get it out. I was afraid my voice was going to go squeaky. I wasn't prepared to make that call.
Neil Young. Yeah, actually, you know what? I might sing. Oh man, take a look at my life. Maybe I'll learn that song. I don't think I've sang that yet.
You know, and that's the beauty of like covering Neil Young's music is you can't sound worse than Neil Young singing it.
And I hate to say that because he's very prolific and he's a great songwriter.
And his music worked for like he wrote songs that fit his voice.
100%.
But I mean, let's be fair, not what I would call like a classically wonderful voice.
No, he's nasally as fuck. Like he sings out of here. Like he's
can't really carry a tune in a bucket. Like,
but he's good though. His music is
but a wonderful musician, songwriter. And I mean, honestly, if you grew up on 90s and early 2000s rock, like he was your favorite artist. So
well, he's considered what, like a Bob Dylan and him are like prophets in the music genre of that age. Brother Joe says, have you heard about the crossover promotions AEW is doing with DC Comics?
I have. And I've been buying them when the covers aren't complete, but
okay.
And I got the AEW, like the cover A. I got the AEW versus DC. But here's my complaint with most of this is that if you look at these covers, and I can probably pull a few out or find some images to send to you, it's heavily digital and it's very cartoony, but not in a good way.
Yeah.
Not good cartoons. It's really, some of them are really bad, and there's been a few good ones. And I'm just not at a point anymore where I'm going to support something like that just because. It's got to be decent. And the story in issue 1 was it was bad. It wasn't good.
That's what you get.
I'm going to give them a few more issues, but if the next issue is as bad as the first one, I'll probably be off of it.
Well, you'd sort of think, like, if you're writing a comic, you sort of want to put a lot into the first book. Like, you want to make that the flag. You want to do some flagship nonsense. You want to make that the one that's like the best covers, and there's 300 covers. You know how they do it these days. There's fucking every artist on the planet does a cover. That's sort of what you want. So if it wasn't good on the first book, I can't see it getting much better on the second. But we'll see.
Hi, Wellbore.
Wellbore in the house. How you doing? But good to see you, my man.
But yeah, I mean, I would like them to be. And if AEW is coming to your town, you should pick one of those issues up and take it with you to the show, because they currently have a promotion that if you go to their merch booth and you're the first 5 people to show that you bought that book, they will give you they don't tell you what you're going to get, what cover or whatever, but it'll be signed by one of the AEW people that are on said covers.
Oh,
that's it's a really cool promotion.
Jeff Jack apparently found a concertina. I think it's concertina, but whatever. Which is like a small accordion at a yard sale. I don't know how to play it, but someday. See, he knows. He knows. He wants to be sexy too.
I mean, Susie pointed out that like they're big at Polish weddings and stuff. It's a romance language, accordion music. Why do you think Weird Al is dripping in ladies? Like.
He was almost irresistible, to be honest. It's, Amish Paradise. Oh,
I know that man gets more tail on the way to the stage than most people see in their life. Like, I'm making all of this up. None of the don't fact check me.
Show me your big accordion.
I'm just assuming.
So, how big is your accordion? It's so big. Good morning, Who Dat Comics. See you, brother. Was able to not sure, probably though, who that. I gotta go through some comics and find some newer stuff so I don't get yelled at by
what are the people requesting these days?
They're not really requesting anything. See, they keep real fucking silent. They don't tell you what they want, and then they're like, Why are you showing that stuff? Show something different. Yeah, come on, bros.
Well,
Come
I
on.
like it when they keep it vague, right?
Yeah, it's real.
Like, don't give me any feedback, but be disappointed in what I bring.
Yeah, I would hate to have some feedback. I would hate that. Please don't tell me what you
Well,
want.
if they gave you feedback and you delivered, then they might feel obligated to buy.
Yeah, that's the
I'm literally trying to think of what could be the reason behind something like that.
I do have some mailing I got to get out on Monday. Monday's been a nightmare for me lately, so it's been difficult to get to the mailing store, but we'll get there.
I'm just going to assume at this point I can like retire. I think.
Would you get all the dorks? Yeah, retired city, bud.
Am I doing this right?
Oh yeah, you are investing, man. You are investing.
Well, I had to get that Jorge Corona cover.
You so invested. You're like a investor extraordinaire.
Oh, and then you got to get a couple. Well, I showed these back in October. This is how fly by night I am. Is I planned my specking well in advance. This is the back of the ash can that's selling for $275 on eBay when it's not signed, and then of course signed and remarked. But I've already shown this in October, so
why don't you just go get a house right now? I think you can trade them for a house right now. You'd be like, hey, just give me your house. Here are my dorks.
You know, one thing I really love about Brett Bean is, you know, this is from when he was selling these at NYCC, but something I bet a lot of people don't know is the two little marks next to his name that he does on all of his signatures. Those represent his two children. Those are his little beans.
Oh, well, that's nice.
I think that's cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff. Get you down to size, sir. Cut you down to size. Yeah, man. I don't know where all the people are this morning. Usually we got Rad hanging out with us first thing. We got Boston Chris, and I think Steven's at the beach house this morning. Like at the
Assorted Crisis Events #1, too.
Very cool.
This is a good book, Indy. I know it's not on the dork level. I think you can get these for around 30, 25, maybe.
Wow. You know, some are hits and some are misses, but you can't be the best specker all the time.
Oh, yeah, because that's all I ever wanted to be, Blake. I certainly didn't. Honestly, I'm going to be curious when more people are able to read the dork story if they'll get out of it what I got out of it. Because at this point without getting too current eventsy, I really appreciate a character that feels torn between two sides that he doesn't feel love from either one. So literally half of the country Dork lives in, it represents the light and the other half represents the dark, but the way they behave is very similar. And their effects on Dork's life are very similar. They all want to kill him. They're all literally trying to rip him in half. And he feels divided because he doesn't pledge allegiance to either side just brief overview is he's half dwarf, half orc, and the dwarfs are on the light side of the country he lives in, and the orcs and trolls and everything are on the other side of it, the dark side. And there's this like demilitarized zone called the Scar that goes through the middle where the light and the dark go to battle. And that's where Dork lives because it's the only place that'll have him. And he actually has a name, and every time he tries to say his name, people interrupt him and try to kill him. I think that's going to be a reoccurring theme, is that they don't really care what he is or what he represents. They don't want to know him. They just want to divide and kill and ruin everything.
I see the
yeah, but for me, this is scratching where I itch.
There might be some parallels. There might be some parallels.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really
I do love. I think we found a name for your newest channel. If you're gonna make videos, Speckerman, I think
Speckerman.
I
Yeah.
think would be a real appropriate channel name. You'd be like, come to my channel, best top spec in the universe.
Well, it's the only spec channel Vogs likes.
Can we put Professor in front of that, like Professor Speckerman or Doctor Speckerman? Because that's got a good ring to it, my man. It's got a good
Yeah.
ring.
I got a ring for you.
So do I, but please don't count the circles. I was gonna pick it up, but decided not to. Trying to cut down on new books. Yeah, I don't really buy too many new books, so I do miss out on a lot of these big spec books. But
I
then,
think it's definitely one if you wait till the trade, check it out. Yeah, there it is. I knew who that was gonna fucking jump on the Vox trade.
JSS, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you. I thought that Bleeding Hearts would be last week's Dork, but DC probably printed up enough copies for the demand. I suggest getting the Nick Dragotta variant.
Well, that's the thing with Image is if a book isn't getting a lot of early heat, they print to demand essentially. So their printing's going to be pretty much off of the pre-orders.
We got a Mr. Stepbo with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm here to tell you, you're at the beach and it's like you're drugged or something. The sea air, just the ionic air, it just envelops you, and you just I'm sleep like 7, 8, 9 hours at a crack, which in town I don't tend to do that, but I'll tell you, it's really something.
I would imagine.
If nothing else, we were really, really busy yesterday. Susan went to Home Depot and got new styrofoam insulation that they cut and for underneath our little sunroom.
I'm getting a lot of feedback on your end. Like I'm hearing something. I don't know if you have the radio.
Oh yeah, I know what it is. It's Susan's phone. How's that?
That's much better.
Much better.
It's just me at the beach.
It's voices, but we can all hear them now.
I hear the voices. They're all my friends except one. But anyway, it's beautiful here. We're gonna fly back up to drive back up to town. It's been alternately a deluge of rain. I mean, hammering the house.
Houdat, I saw Houdat at the Mardi Gras.
Hi, Russell. I don't have any beads. I sure don't have beads like Navy has, like Paul. Those unbelievable beads. Did you see? They looked like he had like softball-sized beads around his neck. It wasn't right. It was wrong. It was just wrong. He had to start work at 3 because everybody's all hands on deck for Mardi Gras.
He's got a disgusting shift on Sundays sometimes. It's gross. He's up like he's out earlier. I said he's really at work very early on Sundays. It's some Sundays. Other Sundays he's got off, but some Sundays it's very, very early. It's gross. Evil's comics. Yeah.
I tried to be on I tried to be on Alan's show, and my system it wouldn't accept his StreamYard, and I was breaking up, and I finally gave up, and for the Friday show. But this seems unless you're seeing something I am. I look just as awful as I always do in the morning on Sunday.
Yeah, you look totally awful. It's perfect. It's
Thank you very much. Boy, I'm sure glad I came.
I would assume though with I guess it's because of where you're at. But if I was at a beach house, I would think a flowery shirt or something, maybe like some cabana wear. But you look all bundled up.
Have you ever been to the Oregon coast?
I have not.
There is a reason I'm not wearing a Cabañas shirt.
Come on, yeah.
Because it's freaking cold outside. That's why. It's like 40 with high humidity, and I'm telling you, it'll. And if there's, and the other thing though is if there's a wind, because that's what the wind sweeps in, and man, oh man, you got to bundle up. There are all these black dressed zombies, and the tide is almost full right now, which is beautiful. We've got a beautiful day.
You getting out there on your surfboard any of these days? What's going on out there? It looks very
Why?
surfy.
I don't want to feed the sharks. I like to just look at them.
I'm with you, Seppo. I
We got
don't
a great
understand.
light.
Easy
We got a
people.
great
Blinker,
light.
you don't go surfing when you visit your beach home?
No, I tend to not. I like to look. I just sort of like to be very stoic on the beach when I'm visiting my beach home.
You know, the thing is about these surfers, almost every one of them looks, male or female, looks about the same. They have the same build. You know, they're these sort of, they're these slim, flimsy, wimpy guys that are strong people. Yeah, and give it up. And then, so then you put on the wetsuit so that the sharks can more easily see you like you're a seal. And then you go out and paddle on, and it's like little meatballs on surfboards as the sharks go by. Matter of fact, there was a guy who had a friend with the Coast Guard, and we have a big Coast Guard, huge Coast Guard helicopter that comes by, does its route a couple times a day, white with orange. You know, really, I don't know if it's a Sikorsky or it's an Apache or whatever. It's this big ass helicopter, and those guys say that when they go by, when it's a clear day, they look down, and he says, "Are there a lot of sharks?" He says, "There are sharks everywhere, all over, and not just little sharks, big, long, big sharks." Yeah, and just on the other side of this hill behind me, the hill behind us here, and if you can't see it, unfortunately.
Probably not.
Anyway, is Tillamook Head, and on the other side of Tillamook Head is Cannon Beach, which is this very Reggie Upsnoot town where all the precious people live in Cannon Beach. Seaside is more carny, and I like that. 40s. Well, we're in South Seaside. We look down upon the North Seasiders because that's how God intended it. And but they have a you know, like they still have these 30s rides. They have the bumper cars that, like, I picture my dad as a teenager right out in front of to say it's still there. And then we have a Tilt-A-Puke right next to it. Okay, excuse me, Tilt-A-Whirl.
Oh,
and then,
yeah.
and you know, and then this huge arcade. But the thing about it is that the tenor and the atmosphere of downtown Seaside is much more carny. There's a corn dog stand right next to the bumper cars, so they Pronto Pups, so they crank out the thing, and the people are gobbling down their corn dogs. It is American. It's Americana. But the other side is trendy BS. They must be from France or something. I'm sure they're from Quebec. You're feeling better, Mike? I heard that you were under the weather. I hope you're all right.
It was a pretty rough week, but I'm rebounding. I also want to give my usual, I hope you're having a terrible day, to California Comics.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be much of a surfer, to be honest. Maybe when I was 20.
Well, I always thought I was the greatest surfer in Iowa.
I'm the greatest surfer in Middle America of all time.
Yeah. That third coast.
Head of the coast. See you in a week.
Landlocked America. That's where I thrive.
Yeah, Kelly, just know that every video I make is for you.
It's this kind of devotion. This kind of devotion, Mike. It's just, and on church too. And I heard him say that he's going to go to the real thing, and the there's this second real thing. What do you mean real thing church? Oh, you mean real church? Oh, okay.
Right.
You know,
right.
I'm
Well,
gonna,
you know,
I'm gonna go to the
Well,
real
that confused
thing.
Bleak more than it
What?
confused me. I knew where Joe was going. I know where Jose was headed. I know what shoot church is.
like, what do you mean? This isn't the real thing, Joe? What do you mean? Oh, right.
What do
Sorry.
you mean? What do you mean by that? Why
Hey, I pulled back pretty quick once I realized he was going to God's house. I was like, oh,
Yeah.
whoa. All right. God's got him. I get it. Yeah. I don't really get a lot of new comic books these days, like I was saying before we got Steppo in here, but this is how I justify buying an expensive comic when it's a new comic book. I'm like, I don't buy the $1,000 worth of comics before that comic just to get that comic. So I can afford that comic at $100
Yeah.
or $150. I can be like, okay, well, apparently it's a good comic. I'll go buy it. So I feel like I can justify it that way.
Going back to the dork hype one more time, just because Brett Bean is somebody I've bought art from over the years, and he's somebody I know a little bit, like for casual conversation online. And he was on my friend's channel this week. He was supposed to be anyway. He just turned 50. Dork came out the day, like during his 50th birthday. And he gets the biggest, showing of support in his entire career. Hits a home run, makes a lot of money in 1 week. And he's had to, rethink stuff. He had to close his website because people were rushing to buy everything and flip stuff. And so he shut down. He froze his commission list. He's going to rethink some things because he's trying to figure out, is this real? Like, do people really like me, or are they just buying hype? Or are they chasing FOMO? So exactly. So he had ash cans on his website going into that week. You could get $20 for a signed one, $50 for a remark, and people rushed to his site. He was lucky to shut it down in time, and they're flipping them for $275. The remarks are getting one sold for $500. So he has to figure out: do people like me and my art and my stories I'm making, or am I just some? Is the how much of this is going to be here in a month? He doesn't want to just jack his prices up. And one of the first things he said the day after his book sold out was, "Hey, we're going to get a second print. Please don't buy my book right now at scalper prices. I would rather have a reader than a buck." Like, that really resonated with me.
What is the book?
His name is Brett Bean, and he had a book come out last week called Dork. And it went from...
I've seen that. Yeah, I saw that.
Diork or Dork, however you want to pronounce it. It's got apostrophe.
Half dwarf, half orc, all dork. But it's really it's a really cool
the cover, kind of a copper colored cover.
Yeah, I guess sort of a.
Yep.
I have seen
for
that.
you, Steppo.
I think Paul.
Yeah.
I think Paul had one. That's it.
Yeah, it's a big deal. It's a big deal right now. But again, is it a big deal because everyone loves the story, or is it a big deal because people are really FOMOing? Like, they're like, that's the next thing. They're like, oh, I want this. It's going to be. And I understand he doesn't want to be a flavor of the month. He wants to be have a lifetime of readers rather than 1 month of real success.
And to show you something we had talked about before you came on, Steppo, this is how Brett has always signed his name. He's got two little marks on either side. His last name is Bean, but he has two children, and this represents his children, his two little beans. He's like the nicest guy, and I love seeing this happen, but I also kind of hate that he has to like figure out, is this like an internet prank? Is this market manipulation? Do people like me? Like, that's tough when you get your biggest success and you have to like second guess it.
I would just ride that. I would ride that wave and assume that the people like it and enjoy it, and don't overthink the thing. Just take the success, enjoy it, thank them, and ride the wave as long as it goes. That's what I do.
Yeah. And I think that's what he is going to do. But, he has two conventions coming up. He had pre-show commissions. And before that week, he had 16 people reach out and set up commissions, and he's going to honor those prices. But the reason why he froze his commission list is the week Dork blew up, he got over 200 requests.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's better than the alternative of having it be crickets and no one buying nothing. So I would take a lot of times people, take the win. They won't, I don't know. I was just take the W, take the win, because the L's come just as soon. The L's come just as soon. Take the win. So that's my feeling. And congrats! What a great problem. What a great first world problem. Do they really love me shoveling money at me, or do they just sort of? Am I just sort of a pawn for them shoveling money at me? And the operative term is the second half of the sentence. Keep shoveling until you don't shovel no more.
I believe it says, where two or more are gathered in my name, I am in the midst of them.
That's true.
That is true. Christina Payne in the chat. I was actually on a panel with her last night. She was on Mad Spidey's. I jumped on there yesterday, which was pretty good. And he didn't stay on too late last night. It was fun jumping on there. I don't usually go on to Spidey's. We got Roberts, Gramps in the chat. Hello, Gramps. Good to see you. Yeah,
there was an astonishing auction last night.
Oh, the big whale auction.
Is that the mussels from Brussels?
Hold on. Is that really? What is happening? Where did you get those, Mike? Those are great. That's
zombie sailor toys.
You guys are the wrestler fighter boys. Was Van Damme ever anything at all, or was he just a pretty boy that could do the splits?
He was a dancer. He was a very, very esteemed dancer.
I saw him dancing in his first movie. He's not an esteemed dancer. I taught myself how to dance. Oh God!
Well, he had steam.
Yeah, definitely had steam. More steam. More steam. I don't know if he has real kung fu or kickboxing credentials. I always heard that he didn't. Like, it's always been rumors that I've heard, but he was a real fighter. I don't know. That's what Hudad says. I've heard both. I would have liked to have seen Jean-Claude Van Damme and that other idiot with the ponytail. I would have really liked to see them fight it out back in the 90s. That would have been awesome.
Idiot with the ponytail? You have to be more specific. There are too many of them.
Oh, right. It's marked for death. Steven Seagal. Steven Seagal.
Oh.
I think those two would have been a real good fight. It would have been awesome.
Well, Seagal doesn't move as well around the stage or around the ring at 475 pounds.
He sits
with his Jingles the Indian jacket on. I mean,
if you watch one of his last movies, the whole movie, he sits in a chair. Like the entire, even when he's like, hey man, I need this chair. Like, he's just constantly sitting in a chair. It's amazing. I'm like, oh my God, Steven, what is going on, buddy?
That good. He's just that good. Now, the next year he'll be finding them in a bed.
Oh God.
Genius. Cinema genius.
Cinema genius. He's so good. And why isn't he getting any of these Marvel roles? Whatever. Come on, man.
I mean, I will, when that movie comes direct to Netflix or wherever his films go now, I will check out Hostile Hospice Patient Omega Level Red. I don't know.
Nice. We got actual Dracula hanging out. Sleepy Reader hanging out. Good to see you guys. Drac, good to see you this morning. Who else we got?
Next time, don't show your pocketbook. That was the gal that was Witchblade, and then her father took the money, and the guys are hunting them. And Wilford Brimley riding a horse with a bow and arrow. I mean, that you just can't get cinematic magic like that just anywhere.
Man, are you kidding me, Mike? Evil. Oh, come on now. Steven Seagal has been every race. He plays Native people. He's Asian. He's white. He's Hispanic. He's a chameleon if I've ever seen one. The guy's a genius.
It was hard to figure out what kind of a hog he was, you know.
I can't even.
What
I can't say it without laughing. I just can't do it. Yeah, he's terrible, man. He's so bad. But when I was young, I did like his first, string of blockbuster karate movies or whatever. It was pretty good. Charles Bronson.
It was amazing how what his kung fu or whatever is. My kung fu is stronger than your kung fu. They always act really kind of like, lackadaisical as they walk in, and then they just, someone flips the switch and then their hair's on fire and they're throwing guys up to the ceiling and breaking the arms backward and all that. Again, cinematic magic with scintillating dialogue. I'm waiting for the musical myself.
Yeah, so this is the obituary. There is a place where you can leave a memory to the family, so please do. This is the link for Papa Wheelie. If you are Papa Wheelie's friend, you want to leave something for a memory for the family. That'd be a nice thing.
I saw the one that Comic Vet had, the interview that he had just 2 weeks before he passed. And the Thundercats had arrived.
Oh yeah.
I was so happy, and I thank God that, I think it was at church that I saw him, and he had to go into the hospital. I think he had to go in for something or another, and he was waiting for Nora to take him. And the minute I saw him, Susie and I were just aghast, because he just looked like he weighed 55 pounds soaking wet. I just said, oh my God, Papa. And then I said, no, he has to have this. And that he had something fun for him to think about and enjoy.
I can tell you, look, you could see the happiness and pride on his face when he showed that book, especially in that interview. It was pretty awesome.
But I also like the fact that, that then he could fork you with that, with your crummy second and third print, your crummy stuff. And here's my wonderful stuff, you crummy book guy, crummy.
I know, he did it with his 9.6, and then you gave him a 9.8, and then he was real. He was like, ha ha ha! Now I'm really gonna fork it. Like, come on, Papa.
I'm so thrilled that I could do that. I really am. I've been thinking about him a lot. It's odd.
Me too. I miss the sweet chin music. Just him messaging, him giving me shit about our auction.
Everything.
Yeah, him giving me shit about our auctions. He would always message me. Hey. He's like, so I just want to say something without you yelling. I'm like, all right. All right, Papa, what do you got? And he'd fucking lay it on me. I'm like, oh. All right, Papa, that's fine. Yeah, man. He was a good dude.
He was a very good man.
The strength, man. The strength, like the fact that somebody goes through what he went through his whole life, be fed the way he's fed. I'm sure it's not an easy, it's not easy being in that position where people have to take care of you to that level.
If he didn't have Nora, he wouldn't have lasted as long as he did.
The strength that he has to be in front of people, the strength that he has to, give us all shit, give us all the finger, and just I don't know, man. It's awesome. So Papa Wheelie, you're the man, buddy. We miss you.
We miss you.
100%. But this is the obituary, so go check that out. And if you do have a memory, you can leave that there for the family.
I loved it. I loved it when he says, yes, when I was a skier and a long distance runner, I medaled all the time, all this stuff he would say. He just, and I knew, I said this, I knew that I had arrived because he started pitching shit on me. It was a badge of honor. He says, give up on the hair. It's over. You know, just shave your head and be done with it. You know, I'm going, Papa, and I'm going, ah, that's
First
great.
thing he said when I got a new camera was, "Oh, look, we can see your wrinkles now." I'm like, "Fine, Papa, Jesus,
Thanks, Pop.
thanks, Pop." Gramps says he's got to go. He's got to walk baby Elizabeth back home. She's waving and trying to say goodbye to you guys. Bye bye, baby Elizabeth. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, man. Yeah, we gotta get together and talk about Murder King pretty soon. Callie, I think if Drac you're watching,
How
you
far out
definitely.
is it now? I mean, is it? You said February, or I mean, where is it? June? I mean, when is this thing going to drop? I mean, or do you have any idea?
That is the why we gotta have a meeting. So we gotta figure out some timing issues.
Will you be taking the minutes of that meeting?
You know what? We might have a minute taker. I don't think it'll be me. I think I'll be the guy with the gavel for some reason. I feel like I'll be that guy. So someone's gonna have to take minutes. I'm
I
not
picture you and Kelly both wearing sashes when you.
well, yeah, obviously. Do you go to a meeting without a sash?
Coins. You gotta have the coins in your hands too. You know, that's.
I got a few of those. I got some coins. Hold on. I got some coins. These are the big, awesome. These are awesome, actually. These did come from. I gotta move myself down here for a second so I can make myself big. These did come from Pocan Joe made these for our campaign, and these are no joke coins, man. These are some awesome coins. These are
In a slingshot or a deadly weapon.
Oh yeah, these are handcrafted.
And are they redeemable for anything? Like if I go to a guy and hand him that, like will services be exchanged?
For fun.
Let me say, okay, so Mike, so if by chance, because you get one if you do, you can buy them, but if you bought like 9 or 8 of them and put them in a sock, I think you could get whatever you wanted. That's what they're very redeemable if you put them in a sock and go after them.
Fling them.
Dance Comic Corner, how you doing, man? Is that Canadian silver? It is not silver. It is. I'm not sure what he did it. What he made these out of. But they're awesome. I'm not gonna lie. But these do come with the Murder King comic book, some fashion or another. We also got art. Like we got lots of stuff ready. It's just getting this art down is becoming a process. It's pretty annoying.
Who's handling the actual printing of the book? I mean, who is your facilitator for printing?
A fellow called Xerox.
I know it's not Xerox.
What is it?
I do
what
like.
Did you say, Mike? What did you say?
He said a fella called Xerox. A fella called HP Laser. I'm not exactly sure. I know Callie has. We're looking into 2 or 3 printing printers right now. We do want to send. We just don't have enough ready yet to even talk about printers. Most of the work's being done by us and actual Dracula. He's sort of the rock star on this. So it's just a process. It's a process. When you say you want to do something and you want to have something cool, you want to be awesome. Just remember, it takes a lot of work.
It always takes longer than you think. I know that. I know. It drove. To be honest, guys, it drove Alan completely crazy. He wanted everyone to have it as fast as he could. He hopped sideways trying to facilitate to get that thing done. His partner just did not do what he should have done, and Alan was trapped. And he says, trying everything he knew to try to expedite this. But it's just the best laid plans,
You're only as strong as the weak sleep.
Yeah, Dracula says February was the plan originally, Steppo, but a wrench got thrown into the machine because him and his wife just bought a house. So
Oh, did Kelly get a house?
no, actual Dracula.
Okay.
They I
Landowner Dracula.
yeah, he was in that.
Congratulations.
Well,
They-
look who just upgraded his sash.
I know.
Holy smoke, Bullwinkle. Good for you, Drac. Well done.
Now
Yeah.
that you're a landowner, Drac, will you plan on owning a monocle?
Well, I think
Go
that
for
now
it.
he's a landowner. He might actually just get rid of us. He might. I'm too good for the murder king. I'm a landowner now.
Well, how else will we know
Susan,
he's surprised
Susan
if
said
that
that
doesn't
the
fall
expression
into
is new house, new baby.
Oh,
New
oh.
house, new baby. Is
You making
that's
baby-
an expression?
You making babies over there, Drac? Stop it.
Seems
We got a
rather
book.
pretty.
Yeah, we got a book to do, Drac. Stop making babies over there. Jesus.
Come on, get your priorities straight.
Your priorities straight out, man. Come on, broski. Wish I got a house. Yeah, me too, Kelly. We're working on it. I'm working on it pretty good, actually. I've done pretty well. Not getting a house. I still live in a shitbox apartment, but I've done really well getting my credit up to where it's supposed to be. I had like 500, just above 500 credit a couple years ago. I'm like well over 700. I think I'm at 750 now. So that's pretty good. Like I'm working on things like that. I'm working on things from not, on the bottom end. You got to get good credit and all this stuff going before you can get a house. So next is getting the money together to get a down payment for a house, because God knows that's not cheap these days.
Because I think that Callie was working on trying to get a house too, and that I don't
Yeah.
remember selling a lot of books and things like that. I was. It's something that young people these days. It's a tough nut to crack. It really is. It isn't. It wasn't like when back in my day. I mean, it was never easy. We were in a boom as well, and it was a seller's market, because even back then the number of houses available that were within your price range, these people would line up for these shows and they would get into bidding wars and all that other stuff. So it was back in the, for me, that was in 1990. It was in 1990 I bought my house.
Yeah, 1990s were still pretty. Things were fairly decent, but pretty expensive in the 90s. Like if you went to certain areas, back in when your great grandparents bought a house, they could get it with a sandwich and a promise, for Pete's sake. What, $50? Sure, I'll buy your house, no problem. Nowadays, not so much. Yeah, it's a lot different these days.
This coming Monday, I realize we do this at the end of the show, but this coming Monday, I got a book. I have a few books that I'm going to show. The poster presentation was it was a thrill for me to do that.
That was last Monday. You did the World War II propaganda posters.
Yeah, the workplace but coming up, it's a killer book, and it is from a hoarder house. A hoarder.
Oh, is this the book?
There are these parents. They had two sons that never left the house. Or were married, and they lived their whole life in this house. And they were buying comic books, and they were hoarders, and it was from floor to ceiling of stuff. They were absolute hoarder. I'm not going to tell anymore. It is an unbelievable. And there were naughty books that they weren't supposed to have, and then they hid them. And I mean, it has everything. And so, and it's actually right here in Portland is where it happened. Over in Northeast Portland is where this happened. And but be sure to come by. It's going to be one hell of a show. Great story. And then the following week, I just made a big trade for a big grail. I mean, a big Grail.
Is that the? Oh, that's the one that I. Okay, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm the following week is the one that I sort of have a bit of a clue
It's
about.
it's gonna be that's en route. My books have made it to Yaniv already. 3 boxes full to achieve this.
Can I didn't get to ask you. Maybe I should contact Yenny. I wonder if he's already what he's doing with that Silver Surfer 3 of yours, because I'd really like to get that from him.
Well, it's a 7.5. It's not your 8.5, but it's a beautiful 7.5. It's the nicest one that the thing is, I buy the book and not the cover. Damn, I'm
Yeah.
sick of saying that. But I looked the book over and I said, I don't see this. It looks one hell of a lot
Hold
better.
on.
To
Bingo.
Me
Oh, you got bingo before I did that.
Yeah. That's all I needed to complete.
You just needed Seppo to say by the book.
Seppo to say that.
That's all
If
right.
you'd like to play church bingo, please send me a message. Actually, don't, because I'm not making anything.
Blackout.
That's funny. We had a neighbor like that walked away from his mortgage and belongings. House is full of sports memorabilia. Wow. Jeez.
Oh, I think
My
I might
friend was a
call it.
hoarder. My friend was definitely a hoarder, and the government basically made him move out of his house. They're like, sorry, this house isn't yours anymore. He just had lots of machines everywhere and like parts, like car parts and stuff all over the place. And the city was having none of it, and they made him move. They like, see ya, you're out of here. It was weird. I didn't know
How
the
can they
city.
do that? Was it his house?
Yeah, it was his house. Yes, it was.
Well, how can they just come in and say you gotta go?
I think they gave him enough letters to clean up his property, and then if you don't come,
He didn't clean up. He didn't perform then.
yeah, that's
In the backyard. This is what happens when they spawn. There was so much water in the backyard that there was a shark nursery.
Jeff Jack says your poster present amazing, by the way, Stephen. Canada's why Canada, yeah.
Live action. Do you know
Live
the astonishing auction last night? I said, and these auctions tend to go long, but there is the internet. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. Maybe it's just me, but I think that the internet has become more mercurial. That is to say, it comes and it goes, and it will work for you, and it won't work for you. It'll freeze you, it lets you go, and it seems to be it's getting a little bit more random. And so, for example, I think I'm looking as normal as I look on this for the show here, but on Alan's show, it wouldn't take. I blame him, but I always blame him. But
you just froze for me when I had you big. When I had you big, you were a little bit frozen. You sort of were a little bit, but other than that, your stream has been fairly perfect. So yeah, you're looking pretty good.
Well, I know they have the
it sort of
internet on.
comes-
I know
it
they
sort
have
of
the internet
becomes
on
an-
computers now.
Do they? Interesting. I'm gonna have to read up on that. Let me get my scrolls out.
Well, a lot of big stuff happening.
But they have this thing where they have this lag when the bidding is happening, and the moderators, it's almost like you wonder if they're watching the same show you're watching, but they are. But the feed comes in then through StreamYard, and then it's this sort of confluence, this turbulence, like a river hitting the ocean. You know how it builds and builds. It's foaming against itself. It's like the two parts are not talking to each other, or it's intermittent. And so as this is going on, someone puts in a bid, the end line comes down, and they go, dude, I bid. It took too long to get there. And then they don't acknowledge it. And then they throw up red flags, and then they're doing this, and then it's back and forth. And then the sellers are going, what am I supposed to do? And then there's this this.
Even this morning, even this morning, Steppo, there are comments that I know because I was looking at it on my phone. I was on my phone looking at it, and I'm like, okay, people have commented already. And then I hadn't been live yet. And then I went live. I flipped from my phone to my computer, and those comments, some of them had disappeared. Others were still there. So there is something going on with.
And you and I weren't seeing the same names, and we were both. I was viewing it on StreamYard. You were viewing it on
Yeah.
StreamYard, and
Yeah.
we saw different names and different comments. It was weird.
Is this? I just get the impression there's our robot overlords are basically torquing us. You know, it says you better love the internet or we'll take the internet away, or we'll stop your connection. But it made it very difficult for Matt, for MT, and Teresa, to keep the thing afloat, because they're doing their level best. I mean, there's no question about that. But Troll was there, but it's just, I got a couple of cool books though. I got a First Black Cat. I had at one point I had two, but both of those were fodder for trades earlier. But I think it's a cool book, the black cover, and there was a 9.0 white pager, and I picked it up for like $315, which was a hell of a deal. Trolls sold it to Matt for MT for $345, and he was crying about it. And then I got it for $315 because the bidding stopped with the auctions. I'll tell you, a buy it now is a safer bet than the auctions. It seems like the auctions always are a pretty good deal, and it's sort of disheartening. Hello,
Jeff,
Chris. Good morning.
Jeff Jack, the chat is
now
weird.
I'm ready to leave.
Depending on what you're watching it on, Jeff, it looks like you're watching it. We were watching it from your phone, so you're watching the vertical. And then there's two streams. There's different chats and different streams, but I should be able to see everybody's comments when I'm on StreamYard. I should be able to see the whole thing. But you guys can't, if you're depending on what you're watching it on. You guys can't see the different comments, but I should be able to, and they were disappearing for me. So the StreamYard's acting funny.
It's not just my paranoia. Well, it is my paranoia.
Yeah, a little of both.
It's just
Is Steppo in a safe room? What is this area? This is new.
What is here?
Yeah, are you in a safe room?
Down the beach.
Oh, all right. There you go. Now I understand.
Yeah, why don't you post from your beach house ever, Boston, Chris?
I mean,
Steppo puts the work in. When he goes to his beach house, he still joins, but we lose you every time you head to the coast.
I mean, it's one of those things where it's just, I feel as though there has to be some sort of privacy in this wonderful life I lead. There has to be just a modicum of privacy in this little life that I have here and there. The beach house is that special time that I'm like, you know what? Let me step away from everything.
We'd like to see the water from that hole in your wall.
Okay. I'll have to take you guys down.
That would not be good.
Oh yeah, Troll, you killed it. Yeah, well, I didn't watch last night because when I see whale, I'm like, that's not my group of people. I should probably not watch.
He stole it.
Oh man, is what's that? Troll?
He stole Yahweh Black Suit Spidey lot last night. Basically,
I saw that. Yeah,
good deal. I bought back an X-Men 50 that for 2 weeks ago for 150. Sold the exact book for 300. Neil popped the staple. Oh, popping staple.
That was okay.
Not good.
They spent a lot of time on that because Neil just cannot get the feed right to be on the show. No matter what he does, it collapses.
Oh yes, Mr.
You know what was funny with that? I remember. So if you, I don't know the one last time who that was on there, but that was the time I was watching, and who that was on there. And it was a couple of weeks ago, if not maybe like a little more than a week ago. And Neil started chirping at who that a little bit about books and this and that, and so he got chirped back pretty good, and it was pretty good the way he kind of came at it. Whereas it's like, you and I control the internet, and then like he had some type of stupid comment. I was just like, wow. I was like, your comments are almost as bad as your internet, pal. I mean, sorry, your comebacks are as bad as your internet. It's really but it was funny because like he was mad at him for trying to sell some book, and he was just like, He's like, get better books. And he's just like, okay. He's like, get better internet. And he's like, oh, yeah, I control the internet. It's like, you know what? Don't open your mouth if you're going to be stupid. And I remember it like derailed everything for a little bit because they were just like, oh, gentlemen, please. It's like, no. One person opened their mouth and then the other one smacked them back.
That advice has been given for years, and yet stupid people still keep opening their mouths.
It was just funny.
What, is he supposed to be quiet all the time?
Well, Neil is one of the guys that will sell and watch on the show. It's just I don't know where that beef comes from, whatever like that. But he just kind of he chirped who that and who that chirped him back, and he did not like the chirp back that he got. And I was just like, I mean, dude, like when you tee it up there, like it's all teed up. He's gonna nail you. Like that's the way it goes. But
the thing I don't understand is the guys that are in the chat that never buy anything, and all they have is complaints. There are a few of them that they have all these salty things to say and they don't buy a thing. It says, if you're going to come in there and talk crap, then buy something first and then you can talk. But just to come in and just squawk about stuff and never buy anything.
Neil bought my second print Predator #1. So I'm just going to say he buys stuff, but yeah.
It was just funny. It was just funny.
And I know this is not our present company. What I'm talking about, there were a few people that seem to show up in the chat that always all they have is salty stuff to say. They don't even bid. I mean, that kind of thing. I usually
take a look at different stuff. I take a look. Like I don't watch Astonishing all the time. Like sometimes I will, sometimes I won't. Just because
you bid. And you make lucid, you make cogent and logical statements. These guys, all they just want to do is just be marplots just throw rocks at people from the sidelines. And I just don't dig that crap.
No. What I will say is that, like, I mean, as far as Astonishing goes, I mean, like, it's a good place to buy books. There's a lot of good sellers on there. And what's funny is that they do such, I would say, frequent sales that sometimes it's hard to keep up. Like I mean, if you watch all the time, you'll get it. Like me, I pop in and watch it, so like I get to see people like, oh, look at all these deals. I'm like, God damn, I missed. And then I'll come back on and I mean, usually I would say that there's at least one or two really good deals for just about everybody. I mean, they have big books, they have lots of good runs and stuff like that. So it's just like, I mean, it's a good show to watch. I would say, like if you're looking for books, they have a lot of different stuff.
It's good on Astonishing. There's some good stuff there. There's some definite stuff there. I don't think Steven's in a safe house as much as I think he's in a war room. That American.
No, I just said that just because I noticed that it was like just different background stuff. Pedigree.
I got that guy.
Oh, I saw it quickly.
Yeah, so we got the Marvel Team Up #3. This is the third appearance of Morbius.
Yeah,
and this bad boy came all the way from Oregon and he's part of the Stephen Gentner collection. So I'm very, very happy about it. I can't say thank you enough, Stephen. Honestly, it's a beautiful, beautiful book.
That's a nice one.
The green on this is awesome. The colors are great. Spidey looks well. Like he always looks. He's getting his ass kicked. Gil Kane goodness. Got some Human Torch in the background, which is awesome.
Well, I think I'm gonna skedaddle and go eat something.
And a skidoo. All right.
Yeah, too.
It's fun. I'm actually going to a local wrestling show around 2:00 today. Focus Pro Wrestling. Yeah. Tyler Breeze was supposed to show up, but he wasn't able to make it. But we're getting Heath Slater as his replacement, so I'm like, all right.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but I was sitting there and I was like, oh, like Focus, and it's like right, like maybe like 10 minutes down the street. I'm like, for real? I was like, oh, cool. I like that, So I don't know if I'll have a Fountain City type thing where it's just like, oh, this, but I mean, hey, they keep coming back around. I have no choice but to go because it's affordable and it's going to be fun, and I can't wait.
Yeah, dude, have a great time.
Thank you.
Love supporting local wrestling. Heath Slater, he's got kids, so I mean,
That's
he
right.
definitely needs your support. Always love that gimmick. But
I
have
hope
a
you
good
feel-
one.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, buddy. Get a nap in there. Feel better.
Yeah.
He is always
real quick. I was gonna show. I
That's
had
great.
some Roscoe art around.
Ooh, I like that.
This was
Nice.
based
Right,
off of
Ghost.
a conversation Legion of
Ghost
Comics
Rider.
and I had a few years back. Ghost Rider, yeah, real Ghost Rider.
Very
And
on
then
the nose.
Roscoe added some extras in there.
Hey,
Oh.
that's cool.
Yeah, that was cool. And he even threw some books in, so that was cool.
Nice.
I dig it, man. Oh, nice.
Oh, double feature. That's great stuff. I like those.
Yeah.
Good
All
color.
right. There, I showed things. I
You showed things. You said things. You were-
California Comics and his accusations of naps. I don't know about that. Yeah, I've been sick for like a week, man.
Yeah, he's not
Yeah,
good.
It would be warranted today.
It was
you know,
pretty rough.
rest-
I had a bad bout with the flu earlier in the week. I'm on the other side. I'm starting to feel a little better.
That's good.
I'm glad to hear that, Mike. Honestly.
Yeah.
Sucks
It's
that.
pretty rough.
Yeah,
But
it's
anyway, I hope everyone has a good Sunday
Yeah.
later.
You too, man. Take it easy, man.
You know where we are. If you want to come back, buddy, you know where we are. Get better, Fugger. Yeah, man. Agreed.
Yeah.
Austin, how you doing today? We're going to a wrestling show. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. It was called Focus Pro Wrestling.
Are you bringing the fam with you, or is it just you?
Just me. Like my daughter is not. She sadly only really knows WWE, so she's like, oh, so and that's the one that's the most expensive, obviously, and it doesn't come around all that often. But she was, she wasn't really interested in doing that today. So my wife doesn't want to do it. My wife, like, I do not want to watch wrestling. Like, I know, but I was just like, hey, look, it's a local show, and a guy that used to work at the school that he was my ID when I was at RA, so he's gonna be there, and I'm like, oh, I haven't seen him in a long time, so I get to reconnect with an old friend and just kind of watch local wrestling. He knows all about it. This is my first time going, so what's with the little red guy in the red hat on Steppo's thing? I would say it's some sort of cowboy. I don't know, probably something from the Howdy Doody era.
I would imagine, yeah.
Like, I don't know. He's probably like Howdy Doody's cousin Rowdy. Hi, I'm Rowdy Doody, and this is Howdy Doody. I don't know. I don't even know that's a thing, so I'm just making stuff up.
Steppo, I muted you just to see. I could hear some coming out from your end. I was just muting you first. Someone's asking about
excuse you.
Someone's asking about your red cowboy hat on your back shoulder.
Now, let's see how many people know their history.
Oh.
You got me, buddy.
Have you ever heard of the breakfast cereal called Maypo?
I have not. No.
I want my Maypo? You're kidding me. This is my Maypo.
Wow. All right. So that's a very old cereal, I'm guessing.
It's ostensibly it's a bank.
Okay.
And he's lost his he's
His
lost
plug.
his plug. That's it, Jeff. I mean, Maypo. If you go on YouTube and put Maypo ad, and it's this little kid that looks like this with big ears, and he won't eat the cereal, and then the father's saying, "Here comes the airplane," to try to get him to take a bite. And then the kid says, "No." And then he goes like that. And the father eats and he goes, "Mmm." Then the father starts eating. And then the kid says, "I want my Maypo."
Kind of like
this is Americana. This is Americana. You have to understand this.
Oh, I do. Hey, Mikey, he likes it. That was our Maypo thing.
Go to YouTube and put in Maypo ad and you play it. Everyone will be. I want my Maypo.
I don't think they do because Cream of Wheat is a terrible cereal. It's awful.
No, do you know the Cream of Wheat man The cream of wheat
Oh, I love
man has
cream of wheat.
he has the greatest smile in all of food. That literally is the greatest smile in all of food is the cream of wheat man.
My
Strong
parents,
number 2, Paul
my
Newman.
parents tried to make me eat cream of wheat. Not happening, man. It would never. Like I would fight tooth
I
and
love
nail.
cream of
That
wheat.
stuff
I
was
really
so
do.
gross. Couldn't
I
do
don't
it.
like grape nuts though. I don't know what those things are. Grape nuts, and then they
Yeah,
made
grape-
flakes out of them too. No,
Grapes don't have nuts. They're not supposed to have nuts, and I'm not eating grape nuts. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
hard to. It's
Nope.
hard to pluck them. Okay,
My
You know,
grandma.
that is one thing.
back where he has to go, but he has sort
I
of this
like-
semi hair lip kind of thing.
I like regular
Yeah.
porridge. I like regular porridge is pretty good, but cream of wheat, I've never liked it at all. Same with there's like a Red River or something. It was so gross, dude.
I will say though,
That
as
sounds
much
like
as
something that happens.
and
after-
everybody's entitled to their opinion, that's fine. But in my opinion, as far as rating different smiles on food, the cream of wheat man has the greatest smile in all food. I don't care about anyone that that smile makes you want to try cream of wheat. At least
I don't
try it. I'm not saying that you're gonna like it, but you'll at least try it.
Oh my God, Dracula, Ralston. That's like you want Postum or Nescafe to go with that, you know?
And Boston, I feel like Uncle Ben has a really nice smile. Makes
Oh,
you want.
he's got. I would say Uncle Ben probably has the best closed mouth smile. He's just
He's
but
he
like-
makes you
like-
want to sit down with him, and it makes you want to be like, "Oh, Uncle Ben, I'll try that rice. I love you, Uncle Ben.
yeah.
You're
No,
cute."
Uncle Ben has the good like what's it called, like closed mouth smile. Uncle Ben, I would say, is probably the top closed mouth smile. Like I said, number 1 greatest smile in all food is it called cream of wheat man. Number 2, Paul Newman. Paul Newman's
Oh,
own.
wow.
The smile on the Newman's own box.
It was great.
Yeah, got a great smile. Uncle Ben, he's up there. He's definitely in the top 5. Uncle Ben.
Funny Face drink mix got rid of Chinese cherry and Indian orange. Yeah, that makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah,
And
sure,
replaced
yeah.
it with Choo cherry and Jolly Ollie orange. Wow.
Choo Choo Cherry, yeah.
Makes sense. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Aunt Jemima, she had a good smile.
being an Indian myself, I appreciate the name change.
Jeff, you must be
The Gerber baby's not smiling. The Gerber baby doesn't count. The Gerber baby is not smiling. Doesn't count. Sorry.
Yeah, that Gerber baby just has gas. That's not a smile.
You're just like,
You know that Splash, they were saying that the image of the baby was Humphrey Bogart for the Gerber food. The Gerber baby was Bogey.
it could
More.
have been.
Hi, Bobby.
Like,
Yeah.
I wish they still gave cereal proper names like Shredded Ralston.
I mean, that could be an admission of some type of mafia hit that went down. What happened to Ralston? Don't worry about him.
Well, shredded wheat's good. I like shredded wheat.
I like shredded wheat. I always
Oh,
was
so
a
you were born in 56, Jeff? You were born in 56? Okay.
Tony
I
the
have to
Tiger.
say,
You were subjected to the same thing. We had the same.
I haven't had Frosted Flakes in years. My God, but like I just remembering it though. Like I think if I was to try to eat it now, because I used to love it. I mean, it's very good. But I think eating it now is probably so sweet that it's probably not enjoyable. As a kid, yeah, sweeter the better. But like once you get older, though,
That was the
Twinkle
last
on the back of the
last sweet cereals in my house, boss.
Yeah.
My mom bought us some Frosted Flakes, and we only got like one sweet box of cereal once every couple of months. But she bought this box of Frosted Flakes. She poured a bowl out, and a whole chunk of sugar fell out, and that was it. No more sweet cereals for the rest
Yeah.
of it.
oh no, I've seen that. Like the hot lump of sugar that
Right.
falls usually to the end.
And
Well,
you're
I
like,
can't
Mom,
get
it's
Cocoa Krispies anymore. You can't. They don't out here. I love Cocoa Krispies, but then they had all the Hanna-Barbera characters that would do it.
Yeah, Fruity Pebbles and all that.
They had Snagglepuss and they had Sugar Pop's Pete, and then they had Rice Crinkles was Chinese. They had so I say, eat rice crinkle.
Oh
You
boy,
can't
yeah,
do
that's
anymore.
probably good that they took that off because
honeycombs were too big, man. It hurt your mouth. Honeycombs were so huge.
yeah, they were tough.
Come to
Yeah,
the
like,
honeycomb
I don't think-
hideout.
That could be a challenge right there. It's like, all right, like not even a whole bowl. Just try a spoonful. I probably be like, oh wow, all right, that's good. I'm good with that one spoonful of Frosted Flakes.
Sugar Smacks too. Do you know the thing is, can't get enough Super Sugar Crisp.
Yeah, the Sugar
Um,
Bear.
They'd have the little boxes, and then you'd have the knife and you would cut down the length of it on either end, and you'd open it up and you'd pour the milk into the little box and eat
Oh yeah,
the family packs.
yeah.
And the ones were always like grape nut flakes because General Mills had the like Tricks, and a lot of those others. It was it was Joe Jitsu. I don't remember Go Gomez calling Dick Tracy. I remember Joe Jitsu.
Yeah, he's got both. He says Joe Jitsu as well. Yeah, cereal, man. The cereal is definitely like there was a cereal when I was a kid. It was what was the one where they had? Was it Cookie Crisp? It was like basically little chocolate chip
That
cookies.
wasn't good. Yeah, no, that I didn't like that one.
No, it's terrible. It's a terrible cereal. But when I was a kid, it was awesome. Chocolate chip cookies for breakfast, awesome. Captain Crunch is my
Chocolate-
I
favorite.
never had Mr. T cereal, but I would imagine it must be like Captain Crunch. I used to love Captain Crunch.
Captain Crunch is still my favorite cereal. I'm like, oh, Captain
You
Crunch.
gotta leave it. You eat too much of it, you eat a whole box, and then you gotta leave it because if you then it's then of course toast to go with it, and maybe orange juice if you're trying to be semi-healthy. If your mother would do that for you, Donald Duck orange juice, or we would fresh squeeze. But
Mr. T was just like it might as well have been Captain Crunch. It was the exact same cereal, but they just had Mr. T on the box. Yeah, it looked just exactly like Captain Crunch, tasted like Captain Crunch. I'm like, this is Captain Crunch, but Mr. T's on the box, so we buy him. That's what we do.
Yeah,
I think that a lot of those they had sugar jets that were really good. Cheerios were always good. I didn't think the Frostios tasted as good, but
I like that.
Raisin Bran, which was it. So are they all gray? Shades of gray? Is that what they were, Wellbore?
No, they're all very colorful.
Colors from Canada, aren't they? It's just shades of gray and darkness and all that.
No.
There are no primary colors in Canada. That's what I heard.
No, we just don't have artificial stuff in Canada.
So it doesn't taste as good. That's for sure.
It's not as radioactive. Here.
Well, what's funny is what Stepple was describing earlier was the complete breakfast that they used to tell us about on television. Because I never had a complete breakfast. Because they'd be sitting there talking about with cereal, fruit, and milk and orange juice and toast. And like, what the hell kind of breakfast you guys have? They used to give them a feast for breakfast. I was like, wait, what is this?
I never ever had one of those breakfasts.
I had a bowl of cereal and I was getting cool.
And I never had that.
Watching
breakfast.
cartoons early, we made toast and cereal. That's the size
That's
of
it.
But sometimes we couldn't find that milk, and we'd use half and half and stuff. This is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's sweet, that half and half. That half and half's got some sugar in there. It's even better.
Well, we had a little island of sugar in the middle. Twinkles, there was another one there was Twinkles, which was this elephant that had the nose, and they had the like from King Leonardo kind of thing from those cartoons.
Troll fire. Come on, man. I'm standing up right here.
Troll. I'll tell you this, in the auctions, Troll he collects books much the way I do. He is very cover centric, beautiful books, and he has a really, really good eye for that. You guys do too, but he's selling. It's just really good. Hello, Lyle, Big Lyle. We do that crap growing. What did you have for breakfast? Mucilage?
Right, like good stuff.
What did you have for breakfast? We had gravel, and we were damn glad to have it.
Well, I can tell you that most of the cereals on the breakfast table were the mini wheats or the full ones, the big ones as well. And then of course Cheerios was the biggest staple for breakfast in my household. But every now and again my mom would buy like a sweet cereal, and of course that box would be gone the day of. Like all the kids are having four bowls for breakfast. This is the greatest breakfast I've ever had.
I think for me, the first time we had, I don't know why my mother decided that it was cool, because she used to be very anti. I think the sweetest cereal we used to have, like when I was really little, the sweetest one that we ever really got was like Kix, and that was it. And then it was like
Dexter.
But one day, I think when I was like 7, she just like was like, oh, she's like, hey, cinnamon toast crunch, and cinnamon toast crunch, it has cinnamon and sugar on it and everything like that. So it's like it was good. But then the true prize for those of us who were little that remember this in the 80s, they actually reduced and took a lot of it out. But at the very bottom, there would be just this absolute just like sand deposit of sugar. I mean, it was just like it was like about this thick of just sugar and cinnamon at the bottom. So if you were lucky enough to have get the last bowl, you would have a mountain of sugar sitting on top of everything that you had, and it was just the sweetest thing in the world. And it was just like I couldn't believe that like in the very beginning. But then when my mother saw that, she's like, "Oh no, we're not having this anymore." She's like, "There will be no no. You can have it up to this point." So when we got to like the last bowl, she just sit there and just like, "All right, like you sit there and see a bunch at the bottom," and then she just like throw it out. And then she started getting angry. She's like, "I'm sick of having to throw it out at the bottom. I'm not buying it anymore because I'm just wasting money, wasting cereal because all that sugar." And I was like, "Well, you could just let us have the sugar." No, sugar. What's wrong with you?
Nabisco had a lot of good cereals. They did, and they had the early ones where they had the little Martians, and they had these little Martians triangular head guys with the things on top, and they had like spoons that were like them, and they had like bowl caddies where they would hang on the edge of the bowl while you're eating the cereal. And the early black and white cartoon ads, a lot of them had the voice of Olive Oil was one of them. Then they had the Sugar Pops Pete, and then they had this one. Then they had the bee, the honey bee that was was.
Oh yeah, the Honey Nut Cheerio bee.
Yeah, and they had there were any number of them. Where they used the cartoon character to set the hook. Quick Draw McGraw, and a lot of Hanna-Barbera stuff to sell them. It was the marketing was aimed right at us with sugar and cap guns and cartoons, and that was what we grew up with.
Cap guns. I had a lot of cap guns when I was a kid. For some reason, they've gone the way of the dodo nowadays. But when I was a kid, cap guns were still a big deal when I was very little. And then eventually my mom wouldn't buy me toy guns at all. It was like, no toy guns. Wow. My mom went through phases. I don't know if your moms went through phases. My mom definitely went through phases where it was like 1 minute we're not allowed to watch TV for the next year. 1 minute there's no toy guns allowed in the house. You're not allowed to watch wrestling or evil or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, I get that. I never got you couldn't watch TV for a year or anything like that. But I do remember at one point because my mother got mad at me for watching for watching wrestling on Saturdays, just because it used to like literally on Saturdays you could see it like 4 times at least, because there was in the morning there was the Power Hour, so it was a NWA WCW Power Hour. Then I think it was like around like 11 after the cartoon stopped, it was Wrestling Challenge. Then right after that was Wrestling Superstars, and then there was another channel that used to have Spotlight, Wrestling Spotlight, so you could watch that. And then at 6 o'clock at night, there used to be WCW, the Saturday Night Show. So I was watching on one day like something like 7-8 hours of wrestling, and I was like, "There's too much. You're down to 1 hour a week." So I was only allowed to watch out of all that wrestling. I was able to watch 1 hour every week. So I was just like, that was it. And then I remember because it's on my aunt's fault. When I was like, I think like, I don't even remember. Whenever Sir the Big Butts thing came out, it was like the Sir Mix-a-Lot, Baby Got Back. When that song came out, and I was watching the video for it, and I just liked the song. I think I might have been like 9 or something stupid like that, and I liked the song. And then so it's on, and my aunt just like, "Oh, you shouldn't be watching this. This is really not good for you to be watching." And then so she goes and tells my mother, and she's like, "You see what he's watching? Look at all this and this." And I was like, "Nope, MTV." So I got MTV banned in my house. I was like, "Why?"
Oh yeah. If my mom, like, even at one point, my mom said we weren't allowed to have He-Man stuff because we read a book. It was like written by a Christian, I had a guess, author, and it was called Toys in the Attic, and it had He-Man, Master of the Universe. No. God is the Master of the Universe. He-Man's out of here. They had stuff on Barbie, like we're not allowed to, like Barbies were causing all sorts of a mess with women and girls, and it went into all of these. It was awful, man.
Well, I can see you turned out really well based upon the way you were treated. I can see that everything that she told you took complete hold.
Yes.
And
but
you were
have comic books, so look at me now, Mom.
I just, you know,
but afterwards we had two stations, right? We had two stations, and the first show that came on was RFD, Rural Farm Delivery 6, where they're talking about crops. Okay, that was the earliest show, and then after that we had Rod Cameron, and he would have the country western music, or they'd have like Rosemary Clooney singing songs or whatever. And then it would start to go into the cartoons, which were, of course, this is all black and white. And it would be theatrical Warner Brothers cartoons and Popeye and those kinds of Mighty Mouse and that kind of stuff.
Mighty Mouse was awesome.
About 3 or 4 hours, but later on in the summer, you know, you'd get up, have your cereal, do whatever you're going to do, and then by around noontime they were done. And a lot of it was in the comic books. If you look in the 60s comics, you would see the Saturday lineup, The Impossibles, and you know, all the different cartoon shows, Super Moby Dick of Space or whatever it was. But they had all of these. They basically they assailed you for the cereal, they assailed you for the cartoons, they assailed you for the toys. It was a gigantic marketing effort, and there was money because the kids would go to the parents to say, please, please, let me. And all of that stuff fed on itself. And then they had the Fanner 50 ads with Billy Money or Kurt Russell with Mattel Zero M guns, or the Roy Rogers thing where he had the hat and then the gun flipped out and fired. And I mean, all this stuff.
I remember, so the way Saturdays used to start for me when I was really little, there used to be this guy, like if you were up early, like, so like if you got up, I think it was like around like 7, he started up the cartoon thing. There's this dude, his name was Captain Bob. He's like he's, I don't know what he was a captain of, but like they always made him like he was a sea captain or whatever, and he show you how to draw. So it was like,
Bob.
Yeah, it was like a draw with Captain Bob. And so I sit there and we sit and watch him drawing and everything like that. And then after that, you know, you get into your regular cartoon. So as you're doing your cartoons and stuff like that, then partway, and they used to position it very well. So of course there'd be toy ads and stuff. Oh, here's the next cartoon, and check out this one and this and that. And so they'd be showing you all these different stuff. As you started getting to lunchtime, that's when the McDonald's commercials started coming on. Oh, do you believe it? And he'd be sitting there, do you believe in magic, Ronald McDonald, and this and that, and Burger King ads, and then Nintendo ads and everything else. And then so they got you ready. So it was like, you know, the way that they would work it would be like, all right.
I had a 1896 Winchester, and that was my first. And then I had a Crossman M1 carbine. That was sort of interesting. But the Daisy 1896 that was pictured on the back of comics was the one that I had, and it had a lever that you'd slide down the barrel, and it would give you 10 shots. And then you'd have the reserve, and then you'd have to push the slide back. You cock the lever, it would cock the spring. It would charge the spring on the way out and on the way back of the lever, and then you had to cock the hammer. And it kicked hard. But they're smooth bore. That's why you had to have the smoothest BBs that you could find, the most round BBs you could find, because if there's any imperfection, then they go off and they wow. So like if you're shooting, like, you know, I drilled a lot of robins, and I felt really bad about it because every time I would kill one, it really hurt. And I stopped doing it because it was I was too good of a shot. I mean, I'm not trying to blow my own horn, but I'm a damn good shot. And it was my brother Doug and I, we went into the NRA program at the Multnomah Club where we learned with Pell guns. And then Dad bought us, I think I was in 4th grade. My brother and I both got 22 rifles. And then we would go to the range to learn gun safety and fire guns and shoot 22 long rifle. And my father had a Mossberg 22 rifle, which was what we shot first. That was from his childhood. and it was from 1944. I think either 43 or 44, and it was a tube feed, and it was a tube feed bolt action rifle. And I have it still. I had it restored because Dad put it into a case with rubberized thing in a case to keep it. And it just got covered. It melted, all of the stuff melted onto it. And I took it to a gunsmith and he just made it look beautiful. I found a scope for it. So it's that kind of a thing. But learning to shoot a 22, Matt Atkinson's daughter, who was, I think, a Sea Scout. I think she's a Sea Scout up in Canada, whatever that program is they have up there, Bleecker. But she's been shooting rifles now.
I honestly didn't know there was anything called a Sea. I know there's Scouts. I didn't realize we had a Sea Scout division.
Well, it was like it's. I think that's what he said.
He knows way more about the innards of Canadian Armed Forces and all that stuff than I ever will.
But the long and the short of it is that the culture growing up and the cartoons and the TV shows, we had Western. Sea Cadet. Thank you, Wellbore.
There it is. The Cadet.
Yeah. I forgot. Sea Cadet. And so she's acquitting herself at it, much to Mr. Matt's joy. That I think it is like Girl Scouts,
except on the sea.
It's that kind of a thing, but all of the like Westerns, Lawman, Bonanza, you name it, Maverick, Cheyenne, Sugarfoot, Bronco Lane, Bat Masterson, Wyatt Earp, all of these shows that we had, Jim Bowie, we had all of these shows where there were guns and knives and the Wild West and cowboys and Indians. And we had shows like Combat and The Gallant Men and all that stuff.
I watched all that stuff on Saturday.
Anymore. What?
I watched all that stuff Saturday morning, Steve. Like when I was a kid, Saturday morning was filled with a lot of reruns from the 60s and 70s. So like I watched all of the war movies, all of the propaganda stuff, all of it was on, and all the kung fu movies as well. My brother used to flip through the TV with me, and he was older, so I got to watch all that stuff. What am I hearing? Why am I hearing myself? Who's got me on over there?
Not I.
All right, something's going on weird.
Again, our robot overlords.
All right, I'm just hearing myself twice. 23 Monch, how you doing? I have comic issues. What's going on? Good to see everybody.
I wonder if Absolute Batman is the best seller.
Oh, you know it is, sir. It's probably Absolute Wonder Woman this week. I think her and Batman just met up in an absolute wonderful book. Let's go check it out. Oh, let's go upstairs and check it out in a second.
You know, Yahweh had a set of Thundercats. I have a set of already had a raw set of Thundercats, but he had Yahweh gets very nice high grade stuff. So I bought another set of Thundercats.
Oh, nice.
I did it because in honor of Papa, basically. I had to do that. I wanted to do that. It just made me feel better to do that.
What's going on, Kevin? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, let's go check out the News of the Week, I guess. Let's check this out. Media assets. You guys get to listen to music while I figure this out for a second. If I can find it.
Dun, 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 dun.
Right, that's the one.
Come on, touch.
Here. There we go.
Boy, I didn't get any of that.
I said, let me put that up on the screen there. I gotta unmute myself. For some reason, when I play music now, it mutes my microphone. It's really weird, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. Keys of the week. All right. Are you gonna let me do it? Thank you very much.
If the internet gods send me away, it's not because I want to. It's because if all of a sudden it craps out, if I disappear, then send out rescue squads, please.
Absolutely, we will do it. Another key for Absolute Batman 17. Introduction of Poison Ivy in full. Previous cameo occurred in Absolute Batman number 10. And introduction of the Court of Owls. Cameo appearance.
Here we go. They're really smart, aren't they?
Oh yeah,
they're really smart. They're pitching totally to their strengths and putting out good product.
Every book has a key. Everything's a key. Everything's a key. So these are the 26 variants to this. Jesus. All right, 26 variants to this. You guys are gonna see these on auctions for the next little while. All right. Oh, that's a cool one. Let me go back a second. What was going on here? That's interesting.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
What the hell is that?
Well, I'm guessing Poison Ivy's got some stuff growing out of him. Poison Ivy's or going into him. Poison Ivy's infected him with something, maybe.
Good God.
There is Poison Ivy on the cover.
Who did it?
Who done it? Use some details. We got Koi Yay.
Keon Eon, I think his name
Yeah,
is.
that guy. There's your virgin, all beautiful, ready to get your fingers all over it.
Sort of witchbladey looking.
Very witchbladey looking. There's a better one, I think.
Wow.
That is much nicer, in my opinion.
Now they're giving her some feather kind of things. I like that. Who did that
Yeah,
one?
she looks quite attractive. Tyler Kirkham did that one. That makes sense. That's a really nice one. Even with the trickiness, it's really nice.
Beautiful.
I bet it.
Some of these I think already have pre-orders for like $40 and up. So
I would imagine, yeah.
that's what people are saying, that like they've seen like people are already trying to sell these for like $40 a pop. So
There's
I don't know this stuff now that I it's just how much is enough.
Yeah, there's a lot. Absolute, like there's so many. Oh, there's one with the Joker
There's
on
the
there.
Monk store.
There's the Joker,
Jesus, look at that.
looking pretty demonic. Joker with a different color. I actually like this color a little better. I'm more attracted to the red, but that's just me.
Blood.
And it also shows his, like, I don't know, it looks like breath is coming out of his mouth in this one. It looks pretty cool.
God, what a monster. Gods, what a monster.
What a monster. Check out the version of that one. Pretty cool.
Boy, is that convoluted.
All right. Yeah, pretty much very similar stuff all the way around. That's pretty cool. I don't know what's going on with it.
It's orange and green feathers now they've added to her.
Yeah, she sort of looks like she's the sorceress from He-Man, to be honest. Got a real He-Man sorceress look about her.
That's being different. Wow, look at that one.
And let's check out this guy here. That is interesting art. Very cool. So there are some cool covers to this. There's some interesting,
beautiful covers. You're back up 3 because there was a red one that you kind of passed over.
Slipped. All right, let's check her out. That one there. Well, I know what caught your attention.
Wow. Wow,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
that I think is the one that's going for $40 already.
that's
Or that people are trying to
I-
buy for 40.
when I look at these, I smell money. Is what I smell.
Money. Yeah. So that is Absolute Batman number 17, cover A. Not terrible either, but there are better covers. This cover's cool though. It's got all this stuff growing into Batman. I think that's pretty dope, to be honest. Yeah, Absolute Batman still kicking ass at the movie theaters. All right. Amazing Spider-Man. What do we got for Amazing Spider-Man this week?
Never heard of them.
Number 222, the Death Spiral story arc tie-in. Okay, so it's just a tie-in. Nothing crazy. Cover A looks like cover A. We got 8 variants to this bad boy. I'm sure there'll be some Spider-Man-y stuff. Oh, that one's cool.
They've had that one for a long time. That's a Redux, isn't it?
1 in 50, David Nakayama.
David Nakayama.
And then, pretty typical Spider-Man.
Or whatever. Art Journal.
Although it does have Gabi on it, so Gabi's pretty awesome. We got 1 in 100.
Oh, God.
We all know that theme very well. There's this with the trade dress. Still looks good with the trade dress. I like it. Yeah. Nothing crazy, except for that Spider one. I think it's pretty cool. These are pretty typical Spider-Man covers. Nothing's blowing my socks off. Not a real two, but let's move on.
Moving on.
Black Panther 60th anniversary. Let's see what's going on. Oversized one shot featuring new stories to pay tribute to the Black Panther. Okay. One shot. It's got looks like 3 variants. Different stories in this, I guess. This is very American. That's pretty cool. Washington look about it.
Yeah.
And typical Black Panther stuff. Nothing's blowing my socks off. I do like the Americana cover though. It's pretty cool. Looks like George Washington crossed the Delaware kind of thing. Not really a key per se, but it does have some new stories in it. If you're a Black Panther reader, you might enjoy picking this up.
Who is the Black Panther now? Is it still T'Challa, or is it Shuri, or who is it now?
I think it's T'Challa still.
He hasn't died in the comics.
I'm sure there's different universes. Like I know there's Shuri has donned the mantle in the comic books. I don't think she's doing it. She might have her own comic. I don't know. Who else? There was a white Black Panther recently too. I don't think that lasted very long. Captain America, possible first appearance of Salvation. Oh man, we could all use a little salvation in our lives. So it's a possible first appearance. We got a maybe. We got a what if. Captain America, pretty muted colors. I don't like the trade dress on this at all, to be honest. And let's check out what's going on with these other covers. I'm sick and tired of this stuff. Really not my thing. I've had enough of them. That's got a lot of...
Do you like the Falcon? Do you guys like the Falcon?
Not particularly.
Yeah. I think he's a cool character. I mean, I like his origin and everything like that. Like he wasn't a bad character.
Yeah, I don't dislike him. I've just never been like a super fan of the Falcon, but he's a decent enough character. I would say there's nothing really going on with this Captain America as far as covers are concerned, but it is a possible first appearance. Captain America number 7. Deadly Hands of Kunlun.
Kunlun.
That's where the Iron Fist takes place.
First team appearance of the Warfist, 5-issue limited series that features Iron Fist, Lin Lee, against his brother Lin Feng with the aid of Elektra, White Tiger, White Fox, Kai, Karnak, and Fu, or whatever you want to call him.
So they have a team of Iron Fists,
Team of Iron.
The
or just a team that Kunlun sent out, I guess, to take care of their own messes that they make. Did they have like a rogue Iron Fist?
This is a #1 issue. It is a first team appearance, so always good to pick these up just in case. I would say there's no like specific cover to pick up. They all look pretty similar. All right. So yeah, nothing crazy, but it is a first team appearance, so we'll pick her up. Death Fight Forever.
That one's kind of fun. That's a Double Dragon 2 video game cover.
It is, and but I just want to say, the Death Fight Forever. You can't have a death fight forever if death is in the name. Super Thief, Bruiser, Brothers, Crash and Bash, a Biggie Leap in action to help Commander Thunderfang, fight interdimensional crime boss Lord Slither. Wow, whoever's microphone was doing that is fucking really.
Not me. I muted myself just to see, so I have no idea.
It's killing me. All right. Oh yeah, it's gross. We've got 2 covers for this. Doesn't look like there's any first appearances in it. It is Death Fight Forever #1, so I guess if they're all first appearances, who knows?
Yep.
That's a cool cover. Very 90s. I'm getting a very 90s vibe off of this cover.
Yeah. Trying to lean with that video game tape. I think you know, like that's one of those ones that like I feel like it'll take a couple of issues to see where it goes, to see like you know, what the interest is on it. But it has I would say it's definitely one that you could see them trying to make into a cartoon or something like that, like a little further down the line.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, it's Steppos.
Were you trying to mute me? Am I making noises?
Yeah, your mic is catching like it's just giving us a little feedback. I'm just seeing who it is. You're all right.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. You're good. Now that I know what's going on, it doesn't bug me as much. Dungeons of Doom. Oh wait, yeah, we did Death Fight. We got Dungeons of Doom. This is a Marvel. Possible first appearance of a mutant creature so dangerous even Charles Xavier knew it could never be set free. All right. We got 3 variants for this. This is cover A. This Hulk and the white Black Panther, I guess. What's happening there?
Probably White Tiger, I think.
White Tiger.
Yeah.
Doom, 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 Doom. I do not see any covers that I'm like, hey, I want to pick this up just for the cover. But if you are reading Dungeons of Doom or any of these Doom things, because Doom's been a big deal these days, you might want to pick this up. Is that Conchu? What is that?
Looks like it.
It looks like Conchu. Pretty regular Doom covers. That's all right. Pretty cool. I don't love the trade dress, but it's all right. All right. So Doom looking like a bust for me, but it is a possible first appearance. Who knows? There's a lot of key first appearances this week, or at least they're pretending there are. End of the line, Vertigo, A top-tier hitman returns to his Midwestern hometown to care for his dying father and confront his own mortality. This is the only cover. That's all you get.
Yep.
Although Vertigo, they do good writing in Vertigo usually. Might be worth reading. Generation X 23. What's happening here? So number 1, first appearance of X66, first appearance of X73, first appearance of X74, X92, X99, and X Infinity. Interesting. This is Generation X number 23. There's a lot of first appearances in this, apparently. What is that? Yeah.
More clones. I mean, that's probably her discovering that, like, there's more clones of me out there. So
that's my guess. That's my guess is what's happened. Or she's gone like on some weird multiversal fucking mission.
No, I mean, it's either that or they just kept experimenting and going further. So
not a big fan of any of these covers so far. Oh, we got a Scotty, I guess.
Yeah, it's X23 and what's his name? Honey Badger.
Okay.
Yeah.
Video game cover. Again, none of these covers are really doing it for me, but there are a ton of X characters in this, so you might want to pick this up. This might be a decent pickup for people out there. Generation X23, number 1. So get it while you still can. Smile for the camera. IDW. I already a fan of the cover. Based on the movie Smile. Okay, so this is based on a movie.
Yeah, so now this is a weird one, just because like the movies have already come out. So there's already been movies of it, and it's just comics based on the movie. So I don't know if this is like if anyone's like, oh, money, all money. Like, I don't know. It could be, it could not be. You never know, just because the movie's already been out. They've made a sequel of it, at least I know that much. So it's semi-successful at this point.
First cover is cool. Cover A is probably pretty dope, to be honest, as far as creepy factor goes. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I would recommend picking it up, but if you like the movie, you probably like that. Ultimate Spider-Man. Is it almost I think is it like almost the last? Yeah,
final issue.
Final issue. There are 12 variants to the final issue of Ultimate Spider-Man. Apparently, that didn't work out as well as they wanted. It was going well until Absolute Batman kicked its ass. Oh, we got a Cali Comics cover.
I think that part of things is just because they've never really done an ultimate type thing in DC. Like there's been different variations, definitely, but like just retelling it in that way and everything like that. Like everybody jumped on that just because it's very different.
Spidey looking like he's gotten his ass kicked again. He's had enough of being Spider-Man, maybe. Oh. Spidey got the girl.
That looks like, to me, honestly, like, it looks like they're having a conversation, and it's just like her looks like to be like surprised. It's like, did you remember turning the oven off? She's like, no. It's like, the oven. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any particular cover that I'm like, oh, I have to go buy this, but it is the final issue. It'll probably pop off. I wish that was in color. If that was in color, I might be more attracted to it. Yeah, nice Venom. Typical Venom stuff. And you got one with a cityscape in the background. Meh. Final issue, Ultimate Spider-Man. Going once, going twice. We got White Sky. White Sky #1. 5 years after the sky turned white and the world ended, Violet and her father David are forced from hiding to flee toward the ruins of San Francisco. But in a haunted world ruled by ghosts, no place is safe. Well, fuck, you can't get away from ghosts.
You can try to get one of those containment units that they had in Ghostbusters.
1 in 10 images coming soon. A lot of image coming soon. We got blank for Rad if he feels like, there it is. It's a perfect. It's the white sky. That is the perfect white sky right there. All right. Interesting. It is an image #1, so, it's hit or miss. Wolverine. What Wolverine we got? Number 16. Possible first cameo appearance of Goldbug. Ooh. There is a character that I do want to talk about, Boston, and I don't know if you've heard of this character. I want to go through a character that I just learned about, and I don't understand what's happening in comic books. Wolverine, Weapons of Armageddon. First appearance of Tyler, an abducted mutant subject from defunct Weapon X program. Introduction of Prime Warrior, a super soldier creating corporation. Reintroduction of Nuke, upgraded and fully armed. This might actually be worth picking up.
Yeah, it's Nuke on the cover.
Nuke's on the cover. Wolverine's fucking fighting them. That's cover A. There are first appearances in this. This cover, I don't know why it's a 1 in 25, but thanks for coming out. A 1 in 50, I understand why that's a 1 in 50. Very cool color concept. Enjoy that. Oh, 1 in 100. That's cool. I'll bet you that's going to be expensive.
Probably, yeah.
Completely black. Like, oh my god. Yeah, that's going to be expensive. And hard to get a 9.8, probably. Oh, we got one with the, the next one looks really good. I'm going to have to check out who did the next one. I'm always a sucker when these dudes are on there.
Sentinels?
Yeah. This guy looks pretty good. It's a foil cover. It's a pretty good piece of art. I don't know why he's got Captain America's shield, but let's see who did this this foil piece here. Luca Mateska? Oh no,
that's the artist. It's a Dampanosian did the cover.
Dampanosian. Yeah, that's really good. It's a bit of good, man. Big fan. And that is your keys of the week. And we'll just go through real quick to see what the trending 20 is. Just to see what we got. I like to see what I have already and what's going on with the trending 20 yet. We Need Dork was going to be on there.
Yeah.
That's Lash Can. It's going for a couple $100 right now. DCKO Night Fight 3. First appearance of Damian Wayne as an adult in an alternative future, and a first cameo of somebody. Let's go back a second. First cameo of Alfred Wayne, the young son of Damian from an alternate reality. What? All right. That's KO Night Fight. Wonder Woman #5, Absolute. Transforms into Medusa, which is the subject of a self-contained story in Absolute Wonder Woman Annual #1. Hey, Alien Worlds, cover art by Dave Stevens. It's always a good one. I like #4. It's probably one of my favorites. I sold it, but I still really like it. Invincible #144, first appearance of Emperor Argal. Spider-Man Noir #1, of course. We knew that was going to happen. There's your Spider-Man Noir #1. First appearance of Spider-Man Noir, a couple other people. It's always been sort of an expensive book, to be honest. It hasn't been cheap.
Yep.
Giant Size Spider-Man #4, fourth appearance of the Punisher, debut of the Punisher Battle Van, first appearance of Moses and Magnum controls seismic activity. Amazing Spider-Man 73. Silvermane is going to be a central character in the upcoming Spider-Man Noir series. So this is all Spider-Man Noir hype and spec. Superman Emperor Joker. I don't think I have this. I'm surprised I don't have this, to be honest. Huh. Weird. One-shot issue that connects with a larger Emperor Joker story arc where reality is at the mercy of the Joker, who has inherited Mr. Mixelplix or whatever. Mixelplius or something. All right, and God of War. We all know that's coming pretty soon. God of War series. Oh, I still have to get this book. I really need this book in my life. If anyone's got a really good copy and want to sell it, let me know. Evil Ernie. Woo! I bought this book a while back. So, very happy. I got a 9.4 of this book, actually. So, very happy to have that in my collection. Evil Ernie just came out with another series, so Evil Ernie's back in comic books. That's why that's trending. Firestorm, I think I just sold this for some reason. I feel like I sold a really nice copy to someone for way too cheap. That's okay. Firestorm, pretty awesome. Alien versus Captain America, that's cool. Event Horizon, great movie. I didn't know they had a comic book for it. That's pretty cool. I should probably get that. That came out in 2025. Maybe I should get that. Ordained. Adaptation in the works. Assorted crisis events. Mike was just showing this earlier today, actually. Masters of the Universe. We got a He-Man movie coming. This is just hot stuff. This is, I believe, Superman versus Homelander, which is why this cover went berserk.
Yeah, it wasn't like so. They really they didn't give you a ton in that one as far as the fights are concerned. Everything was way too short.
So this is funny. So this is Dork #1.
Yep.
All right. It has a buyer beware note on it. Buyer beware. This book went on sale February 4th, 2026 with little to no hype preceding its release. Despite that, copies were already selling on eBay for $35 to $100 on the same day, which includes multi-bid auctions. Similar situations have occurred in the past with relatively unknown indie books such as Gretsuko #1 in 2020 and the Autumnal #1 2020, among others that currently sell for undercover price. Well, it's impossible to say with certainty whether these sales reflect genuine demand or some form of market manipulation. The sudden and dramatic jump in value makes it reasonable to question the legitimacy of the issue's immediate aftermarket pricing. It is especially suspicious to hit on an item after a price higher than what is available through a buy now listing. Yeah, you're right. You are right. But then, yeah, this book's gone through the roof, that Dork stuff. So, buyer beware.
Yeah, I figured it would. I mean, it looked like a type of book that would, just because it's easy to. I mean, you see the tone of it in the first few issues, and then from there they figure out what's going to happen next. So, I would say, the buyer beware thing. I I don't fully disagree with it. I don't think it's necessarily something you have to be scared of. I would just be like, I mean, really all that's saying is that, like, you probably shouldn't be buying it for, 30, 40, $50, whatever it's going for now. If you're trying to buy it secondary, is probably, like, it doesn't make sense to do, just because, I mean, you may be able to find one. You probably won't, just because you got to figure that came out last week, right? So there should still be some around, which you would figure there would be. But, all it takes is for, and everybody has access to the same information. So all it takes is for comic shops to see that, and then they're going to jump the price up, and then, or just take them all off and sell them on eBay and then make a whole bunch of money that way with them, or whatever they do. So I would say, in the end of it all, I mean, who knows? It could be absolutely nothing, but yeah, like this is just something that people jumped on just to jump on it, and it didn't go anywhere. Or it could be like, yeah, no, this is gonna be something. So it's up to you. I would say
it's just weird when there's a mass jumping on for no particular reason, right? Like everybody's all like, oh, dork. You like, it's just weird that everybody's all of a sudden they just, oh, it's an expensive one, I want it. It's weird.
No, I don't think. See, that's what that's why I look at it. Whereas it's like, if you look at, I'm not gonna say like, oh, if you look at all image number ones, well, that's just the way, that's the reason why you get them. Okay. But I would say, like, if you look at a bunch of different things that are sort of in that same wheelhouse, it makes sense that people would jump on and say, okay, like this is a book that you should probably get, just because if it does, and it's all because people missed out on last stuff. You know what I mean? It's just like everybody who's going back and trying to buy Ice Cream Man now, that could have bought it back then. Like, oh, like, I want to get it, and there's no series on for the Ice Cream Man, but it's just like, oh, like I just want to get this now because I missed on that. Or I hate Fairyland, or any of the other ones that people are like, oh, like I'm
picking up Ice Cream Man now, not because it's expensive or I should get it. I missed it.
I'm not saying to you, I'm just saying in general, like that. That's why I think it kind of got.
I love the story, and I figured it'd be cheaper to buy it now, because when it was coming out, those books were like fucking $50-$60 a pop. I was like, get out of here, man.
Yeah, unless you bought it, and that's a similar thing, where it's just like, if you bought them as they were coming out, yes, no problem. But if you were in a spot where you couldn't get your hands on them because they were too popular in your area, then I can understand where it's like, oh, no one's talking about that. I'm going to buy a bunch of them and hope for the best. So I mean, it could be absolutely nothing, or it could turn into something. It's just like, you're not going to know right away.
You could say the same thing with Absolute Batman too. Is it market manipulation? Is it fan? Like, are we just in love with it? That's why it's so expensive.
I think that definitely has a more solid base, because of the fact that for Absolute Batman, they changed how everything kind of works in a way. So it's a different whole, like, it's a whole different thing going on with that. Like Batman's a completely different character than he ever was before. It's not like, I mean, he's still Bruce Wayne, but it's a very different, interpretation of it. Like, there's all these different things going on. So it makes sense that people are like, oh, like, this is like, if you look at it from the point of view of that, like, all right, there's people that collect, I don't know why people do this, because I've never been one to do this, but there's people that collect books and they'll look at it and say, well, I didn't get, like I like Batman, but I can't get a Batman number 1. I can't go back to the 1940 and get Batman number 1 and start from there. So I don't collect Batman because of that. And I've heard people make that argument to me. And I'm like, that's a really weird thing to say. I mean, if you like a character, why not just stick with it? Like,
I wouldn't collect Batman like I would collect other series for that reason, Boston. I'm sort of on that train, whereas like, I'm never gonna have a first appearance of the Joker. I'm never gonna have a first appearance of the Batman. Like, it's just not cards. So I'll collect certain story arcs if they're good.
But that goes to what I'm kind of alluding to with Absolute Batman, though, just because when you look at it that way, so now it's just like, okay, so I'll never have a first Joker, Penguin, Batman, all those things I'll never have a first of. But here's a series that's completely different from I mean, that's very different from where Batman first came from. And you're getting, here's your first Bruce Wayne as this Batman. Here's your first Joker. So that's why I think that has the staying power that it does. That's why people are jumping on it like that, because it's like, I can't afford to get the first appearance of all these different characters. Like, oh, okay, I don't have a first Poison Ivy, but I can have a first Absolute Poison Ivy. Let's do it. You know what I mean? So that's where I think that everything kind of comes from. Eventually, are they going to hit a wall and it's just like, yeah, like people, and then the whole like, oh, like this new character being introduced this new way is gonna like,
Well,
is it gonna lose its shine?
They're literally doing it in every book, though. Now they're introducing Court of Owls already, and of course it was going to happen because Snyder wrote Court of Owls. But
Yeah.
like it's every book has to have a key, and they're all $40-$50, $20. It's getting.
Well, that's the thing. Is just like, I mean, I don't think it'll last forever, obviously, but I do think that that's where you have things happen. Just because, I mean, you basically have a way of changing, like you can basically change the whole mythos of Batman with this whole thing by saying, okay, we're doing it this way.
I'm not immune. Don't get me wrong. I'm not immune. I picked up all of the Joker keys in the Absolute Batman run.
Yeah, I don't have any of them, so.
I didn't pick up one. I didn't pick up Absolute Batman 1, but I have 15 and I think 9, and there's another one that I like.
I don't have a problem with any of that. Like I think it's fine. It's just one of those things where it's like, that's why I think that has a little bit more staying power. Now, if they end up, I mean, depending on how they do it, they could spin. They could change different events to make just a whole completely standalone Batman story with the same characters, but they're just acting differently. Just that's why I say, like, one of my favorite stories of all time is the Age of Apocalypse, when they basically just took everything and basically just out in just the X-Men's universe and just took it to this like further place where and everything was different. And then it was fun to see how everything
it's literally and figuratively. It's Batman on steroids, and it is fun. Yeah. But Man Cave seems to like it. He's loving it. So good for him.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. Like, because like with Age of Apocalypse, like I mean, heroes were villains, villains were heroes. There was all kinds of different things that were going on. Like, and it was really interesting to see just that different take. And then they spun out into the Marvel universe a little bit with it too. But it was like, it was definitely different. That's why, like, I think people do that know those stories, like those stories. And then again, like, if you're giving somebody a brand new, fresh jumping on spot with a character that's just like that's as big as Batman, people eat it up just because it's like, it's a first appearance. Just like when they did the New 52 and the Batman #1 on New 52 jumped and was like really expensive, just because it's like, yeah, like, this is a Batman #1 I can actually get my hands on and say, okay, this is #1 Batman. It's not a different Bat. Like no one's really all that different, but everything's different. Like the Batmobile is a big garbage truck. He's got a big axe. Like what's and it's the same like with all those absolutes, except for I haven't read Superman, but I don't think there's much you can change about Superman that doesn't make him still regular old Superman. So that's why I think you don't hear as much about that.
People get real pissed off if you start changing Superman. They get mad at you. They like Superman is beloved to be like above all else and good. And it's if you start messing with Superman, people get real pissy.
Yeah, you can change certain elements of it, just because that's why I think that's why you have people that really like Homelander and really like Invincible and all that, because it's just a different like style on that, where it's just like, okay, like what if there's a Superman that doesn't really what if Superman was not all like goody and was just like, what, I've had enough of it. Like I don't need to worry about all that. I can just go this way. That's what I would say.
What if Superman landed in Nazi Germany? I love the stories. I'm a fan. What if Superman was raised in Russia? I'm a huge fan.
Well, yeah, not even so much that, but it's just like more like just if he didn't have those same type of like things where like kind of like where you have like Homeland is just he's just a sadistic jerk, like he has just no impulse control, like that's what he does all, and he's just so it's kind of like, and they did kind of explore that a little bit, because Homeland is kind of like when Superboy Prime went off in what's it called, was it Final Crisis, whatever it was, like where they broke the reality, and like he and he was what are you doing, and he's like ripping people's arms off and everything like that, and he's like, I'm not trying to hurt you, like what are you doing to me, because he wanted to get his own universe, and then he goes crazy, and then he's just kind of like, I don't have to worry about any of these rules, I'm stronger than everybody, like so that's Homelander in a nutshell. And then you have Omni-Man, who's kind of like looking at it where it's like, the people of this planet are ants. Like why I don't care about any of you. Like my job is to take over this, because he was, going along with the whole, Viltrumite like ideology thing. So it's like that's where those things kind of I think work out, and kind of people like those type of things. I don't know, like I think Superman himself, you know, I think that's kind of a thing that DC doesn't really want to explore all that much. I mean, they gave it to you in Injustice a little bit. Injustice, he's kind of brutal here and there, but he's more. But like, I think with
If you talk to a Golden Age Superman fan, they hate modern Superman. They cannot stand it.
Oh no,
that's not Superman.
I think that when
community and welcome all churchgoers. Hey, Blake, peoples, how you doing?
I think that like what happens though with like if you do turn him to be evil like Injustice, he eventually gets boring because it's like, okay, like you know, he knows at this point it's like no one really can stop him. Like someone's gonna betray, you know what I mean? Which I mean, it's not a bad thing. It's just one of those things where I think that's why they don't kind of jump that way with Superman all that much. But I think, you know, but like someone like Ultimate Wonder Woman, you can go a million different directions with that because no one, you know, it's not going to hurt anybody's feelings. Batman, of course, like it's just like, yeah, like that's why. And Batman's also a down to earth character, so people are like, all right, like that's why they jump on board with it.
Like we've all said it, you have to depower Superman to make a story interesting. Otherwise, you have to write Superman out of half the story to set it up, and then Superman comes back at the end after he gets his powers back, and he's like, "Okay, I'm full of power again. I win." And that's how Superman stories typically all go.
If you put him up against, if you put him in the Invincible universe, he gets his ass beat to a pulp by multiple characters in that universe. Invincible would smoke him. Omni-Man would destroy him. What's it called? Thrag would literally eat him alive. Like Battle Beast would kill him and skin him. Like it's so different in those universes. Like in that universe, how much, like how different their approach is, because like all those characters, the reason why they jump on Superman and really hurt him bad just to get, because they don't play, they don't waste time. Like Superman like wastes time. He's like, oh, like what about?
Oh yeah, he's a good guy. He almost doesn't use his power the way, like he has in what we've seen. He's got infinite amounts of power. He can sneeze a universe away, for Pete's sake. So you know, like it's hard to write a character like that and to make it interesting, because again, you have to write the character out of half the story. Otherwise, he can just win. I'm Superman. I win. Guess what? We're playing a game, and it's called I Win. Bobby, how you doing, brother? Good to see you, my man.
Say, Bobby.
Agree with the power perspective. I do concede he requires a good writer. Current run is best. It's been years. Williamson is doing epic, heartfelt, meaningful stories at full power. Yeah, and that is something. It is when they do a good Superman story, and there have been a few, obviously. I loved what they were doing with Superman in the Future State storyline. I absolutely loved it, and that spilled over into his ongoing series as well. And I was in love with that whole little run for Superman. So I've been a fan of Superman. For a couple years now, actually. As far as the writing goes, it's been pretty good.
I think Superman should get a good beating every once in a while.
Yeah, man, we're live, baby. We're live. Hey, Sleepyhead Rad, how you doing, buddy?
I am conscious.
Nice. Rad is usually here first thing, and I was shocked. I was like, I wonder what's going on with Rad today. I wonder if he's not feeling well.
Yes.
You know what I like to do? Oh, what I would say.
Hard outside just had me conked out.
Fair.
One thing I would say that when it comes to Invincible, I would say, I know a lot of people are like, oh, like you know, when it comes to Invincible, it's you know, like it's clearly Superman and Kryptonians and Viltrumites and this. I would disagree. I would say it's more Captain Marvel, like Marvel from the Marvel universe. Like if you look, there's a lot of parallels between those two, and I think I don't think that he's really. I mean, yes, he borrows Superman, but I don't think that the Invincible story is more Captain Marvel than it is Superman. That's why it works better.
I think they did a great job with Invincible, to be honest. To have a story that interesting with people that are so overpowered most of everyone in that story in Invincible is overpowered. So it's pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie. It's the fight scenes are epic. The violence is amazing. The gotcha moments are really good. So yeah, they're doing a great job with Invincible. That's for sure. It's fun.
Yeah. I like I like that type of story. And I said before, if for nothing else, if just for my own amusement, like I would love to see a Captain Marvel story written kind of in that same tone, give some and give the villains and just super powered people within Marvel's continuity that really haven't gotten that much.
You mean Captain Marvel, like Marvel of the Kree, like that guy?
Yeah.
Cool.
Like have him, just pretty much you write a story that's similar to Invincible, just using him, and then you make things you make threats be legitimate threats, or you use characters that they have a Shazam like character called Omega the Unknown, who has his own series and really doesn't appear in anything else. Well, you know what? I would put him in that series just because it's dude, he's a strong character. What happens when you show him and make him powerful, and then he's having his own fights and something comes along and kills him like it's nothing? Like how interesting is that now? It's just that's crazy. Is that because that's what I think makes Invincible cool? It's everything, everyone gets scaled up, everything gets stronger, this and that, but then there's all of a sudden something that's just way stronger than that. There's a creature that I don't think they've really introduced it in the show, but there's a creature that's out there that the Viltrumites are deadly afraid of because they kill Viltrumites like they're nothing. And they're really cool. And it's just one of those things where it's wow, there's these things that exist out in the universe, and then there's this guy, and then there's Tech Jacket, he's a big deal in the universe and stuff. So there's a lot.
Invincible got him reading superhero books again. So that's fun.
It's a great story. It really is. I would encourage anybody, if you don't want to buy the single issues just because they're expensive, they have 3 compendiums. Go read them because they're very, very good. It's a really, really good, well done story.
They're not that expensive either. You can get them on Amazon for $50. Yep. But I have to get the other 2. But I did get this. I do have the one. I have number 3, so I haven't read it yet because I want to get the other one.
Wow!
So these they're no compendiums. So that they made 3 of these, and this is it's no joke. It is thicker than a
that's a real book. That's just not a phone book with the cover slapped on the front.
I don't remember how many issues this Invincible. Is it 160?
I think it's I think 144 somewhere in there. It's in the 150 range, maybe a little less.
I think it's closer to 160 now. Actually, 166, maybe 167.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
I think so. I think I just read it just today. I was looking at it. We just saw an Invincible. I think it said 166 on it.
But yeah, it's just and the good thing I would say, so if you get Compendium 1, you're starting from the beginning. You've never read a story. You could just do that in chunks. Be I'm gonna get book 1, read that, and then buy book 2. It gives you time to unless you want to buy all 3 of them at once. But if you don't,
it's just a little bit longer than The Walking Dead.
Yeah, it's huge, man. And these are just great. Art's really nice. The stories are really good.
Does it say the pages individually numbered? I'm curious how many pages. It's got to be at least 600 pages.
There's no numbers on the bottoms of the pages. The back. No, it doesn't tell me a number. But it is, like I said, it's huge. It's
yeah.
I mean, that's solid.
Yeah, it's bigger than the Bible, for Pete's sake. There we go.
That's a solid, if you were to sit and read that on your lunch break, let's say you did your lunch break at work and you get.
Wait, you read the whole thing at your lunch break? I want your job.
I'm just saying that's a good book. If you have your lunch break and let's say it's an hour, right? And you read that for an hour, that probably take you a good, I would say at least 3 weeks, maybe even a month to kind of finish the whole thing.
God.
Which is pretty cool. That's a pretty solid read. If you're getting that much, content out of one thing, that's pretty good. That's why I recommend those. It's a lot of stuff.
The best part of the art is really just like the art you get in the cartoon. Like they didn't change the style of art almost at all. It's really good. It's really fucking good. So yeah, good stuff, man. But I do have to get number 1 and 2 still. But so they do take up a lot of room. They're very heavy. But if you don't have the floppies, you can always get those. They're about $50-$60 a pop, something like that.
The cool thing is if you need any support, they could actually be load bearing.
The thing that caught me off with Invincible is I didn't pick it up initially because I just thought it was like a child's cartoon type book.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that it actually is like mature. Like it has very mature storylines and very mature things that happen inside.
Absolutely.
But I didn't know that. So like I was just way late on it.
I'm with you, Red. Even looking at it now, the number 1 book, I'm like, there's nothing that I see. It wouldn't have made me pick it up off the shelf. Definitely not. Just looking at the cover, I would have been like, oh, that's interesting. The only thing that maybe I would have done is because it's an Image number 1, and I do pick up Image number 1s quite often. That's maybe why I would have grabbed it. But other than that, no, I have no desire. But now that I know the story after I've seen the cartoon, I'm like, this is freaking awesome. Man, did I ever miss out on this?
Yeah, I think it's more one of those series that like if it's not something that you would have gravitated towards just based on the cover or whatever, it's something that you needed somebody who did collect to tell you about it as it was happening. Like, no, you need to read this. Like check this out.
Yeah.
And then you would have kept up with it. Like, oh my God, like this is great. So yeah, I think there's a lot of people that are in that boat. Like, oh, I didn't know how good this actually was until I saw the cartoon, and now, wow, I should have been picking this up. Because now you can't touch them. So
that's what happened to me. Yeah, I didn't know about it till I watched the show, and then it reminds me of the Tick, kind of how the characters are like they're similar to our universe, but just a little bit different.
Yeah. It's
yeah.
I remember the Tick coming out too. Tick was awesome, dude.
God, yeah.
Yeah, it reminds me of that. But like I said, I didn't get into it till I seen the cartoon. Yeah.
Suppose at the beach.
Oh my God, that's the East Coast, isn't it? That looks.
Looking at the waves.
West Coast.
He's already been attacked by a
West Coast? Where you at?
He's in Oregon.
Oh, that looks.
It's the northern Oregon coast. We are basically, you can see the state of Washington. We're on sort of an ellipse where behind me is Tillamook Head. It's beaches all the way up to the Columbia River and where Warrenton is, and then that's where right to the right it's in Astoria, and then across the Columbia is state of Washington, and you can see the state of Washington actually from here. And so it's about 74 miles from Portland to come here to Seaside.
So you live in
nice. It's nice to have that spot. It's a beautiful spot. It looks, it's just a cute tiny little house, but I don't know. It's just a nice spot. I've seen some pictures of it. It looks really nice.
Thank you. Our backyard backs up against a series of riparian zones, which is wetlands basically, where beaver and all the bunch of other stuff, herons and everything else, elk, deer. We even have mountain lions that we're down on, have come down because there's enough food to eat for them that they're expanded. It's quite something. But bald eagles, crows, cormorants, seagulls, all that, puffins, I mean, you name it.
Cool.
We have giant sea otters have come back. I haven't seen we get seals and sea lions, and then whales and sharks, but gray whales, basically the sperm whales are a little bit further out, but they are also in the water. But the grays are the ones that migrate back and forth, are the ones you see the most. Right. And always following them is a pod of orca that basically wait for old ones or very little ones that can't make it, and then they're gone. They get eaten. That's just the way it is, and it's the same pod and the same groups. Yeah, we have white sharks here. We had a white shark attack a guy here just a couple months ago, one of the surfers. The surfing right out here, this is called the Cove. The surfing here is so good that people come from all over the world to surf here. Both sides of it, on the point and then Point Break on either side. The surfing is a little bit different on the Cannon Beach side, which is on the other side of Tillamook Head than the seaside side. Most of them come to surf on the seaside side. And there'll be 15, 20, 30, 15 or 20 surfers at any, when it's a nice day. And even sometimes when it's just when the king tides come, which is with the phases of the moon, the tides are much higher and they really rock. It really rocks and rolls here. As far as it goes, yeah.
I heard that the West Coast ocean's colder than the East Coast.
Oh yeah,
it's cold.
Well, that's why we don't get the same storms as you guys do. So that's what mitigates all that. Yeah, you guys got the warm waters, and you get because of that brings in the storms. I live in a very similar situation as you do. However, I'm considerably lower down south here, so I live also in what they refer to as the South Bay. So north of me is Malibu, that ends my Bay Area, and the south of me is Long Beach, that ends my Bay Area. Yeah. So I'm right here in the middle, basically like LAX. So what you're describing is very similar to me. It's just I'm shifted down, and everything that you describe is like, you got sperm whales and all that. We do too. Sperm whales come around here. They've already shot their wad up north, so they're less than sperm whales. And then sharks, yeah, I will frequently surf with them, but they're babies over here. So we have a breeding area right out. So all the babies cruise in, but they're too young and dumb to really hit people. Like you got all that, the neat stuff that cruises around, floats around out there. We do too, but it's usually in the form of like plastic bags and needles. We got all the similar stuff. It's just slightly altered.
Well, it's pretty natural. It's pretty beautiful and natural here, and the Oregon people are not almost by and large don't leave garbage around and keep it nice. Our side has a lot of rock on it because we face north. My house is positioned so I face north, so the tide is going from left to right past.
Right.
And so there are really big waves and things where it basically comes up over the shore and washes out. It's about 20 or 30 yards from my house further down. It'll actually wash in. The amount of logs and debris that gets washed up. I mean, it's amazing how much timber is basically comes up onto the shore. And if you really want to feel insignificant, the power of the ocean as you sit here and watch. And one of the expressions that we learned very early is being down here at the Oregon coast is never turn your back on the ocean. Because the sneaker will, a lot of times here it'll be like the 6th or 7th wave will be a bigger wave than the regular ones. They'll go up, a wham, and they'll hit you. So you have to pay attention to that. Also, these logs in the water, if they hit you, you're dead. I mean, it's just that simple. You're dead. And so
it sent me video of
that kind of a thing.
And they look pretty dangerous. Like a log, like it just picked up a log like it's a toothpick, for Pete's sake. And there's, you need machinery to move these things as a human being. It's insane to watch that stuff go.
If you want to watch something interesting, I live just a little north of a place called the Wedge. More people break their neck at that beach than any other beach in the world. You'll have a wave that comes in, and because of the south facing, the exact opposite of what you're describing, and when the south swell comes in there, it hits this break wall. Well, it breaks the wave going past the break wall, but it hits off that break wall and bounces back off. So the wave that comes back from shore, not going to shore, is about 1 to 2 feet. But when it merges with that bounced off wave coming from that wedged area, it'll throw up to 20, 30, 40 feet high. So yeah, that place is pretty fun. Matter of fact, I actually have a broken back right now and on disability, and I swear the Wedge is one of those places that did it.
You have a broken back right now?
Yeah, I'm jacked up. That's the best way to describe what's wrong with me.
What the fuck, frig, dude?
Yeah, doctors say it's kind of a miracle that I'm able to walk.
People with broken backs aren't you like they're not? You're not supposed to be moving around, my man.
I'm not. Well, I'm waiting for my operation stuff.
All right.
I'm not seeing any spinal fluid go through my back in certain areas.
Hey, brother. I hope you're really hope you're okay, my man. That sucks, dude.
So far so good, and I'm grateful because I've like what he described and all those waves and everything. I've jumped out in the water here in Manhattan or Redondo Beach, and you can look all this stuff up where it fell in the water back in the 80s and it burned down and all that. I was in that water.
Jeez,
and much like he was describing all the wood, Flossum and Jetsam that's around, same thing with this whole pier. And I was surfing in it. So that was one of the times I got jacked up. But yeah, we had a storm, an El Nino that hit in the early 80s, and that was the first time I died. So I'm grateful that this is all I have to deal with right now. So, and I'm hoping that, I'll be good after the surgery.
This is the backyard here.
That's pretty.
This is very nice back there.
This stand of trees are in my property.
Very nice. Very lovely.
Man, as a kid, you just climbed up.
The ocean in the front and the beautiful back property. That's really nice. Do you guys ever have nice barbecues out that way, Steppo?
We have indeed. It's the water. The water behind us basically flows down through these various. They have big pipes that they run between each one of these things. That basically the filtration goes on down and it becomes part of the Nicanicum River. Everything is named after Indians here for the most part.
Right.
Fisher Indians. A lot of the counties in Oregon are all Klickitat, Umatilla, Malheur, all manner of these. There's the enormous television.
Mm-hmm.
Because when it rains, that's what you get. A lot of this was the kitsch that was in the house. We got these ships.
Oh wow!
There's my bride, and then these
that's
are
amazing.
The Cthulhu's are from Bigby McFly, the comic guy, and they look like Kraken. So we put them underneath, so the Kraken are coming up to get the ships.
Sure.
That's a good spot for him, actually. Hi, Susie Q. How you doing?
Hi,
Morning.
Hello.
Happy Sunday.
Happy Sunday.
It's a beautiful day here at the Oregon coast. Nice and sunny.
Yeah, it looks nice.
rain.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. It looks gorgeous. I'm glad you guys are having a very nice week.
I wish you could all be here with us.
We'll see you soon. There's the shark I caught and wrestled it out. Then I had its head. I had it stuffed and mounted there. I fought it. Yeah.
Big ooh ha
ha. And then some of this. Some of this kitsch here. We got the Gorton fisherman kind of a thing, and on the door is this from our friend Mr. Bleecker.
Oh yeah, that's right too.
That's amazing.
That's what this is the palatial bed type room. It's only 748 square feet.
Did you show them the back?
I did. I showed him the.
It might be kind of messy back there. Right
that's all right.
That's impressive that you're able to keep a collection in a house of the size that you have.
Well, we have one piece. One piece.
It's a perfect beach cottage.
It is. It's old school. It's the last one of the very first original houses. This is our little kitchen.
It's a lot bigger than a motel room.
It's a cute. It's a nice little spot though. It's a good spot to go enjoy, see the water, hear the ocean.
Well,
Well,
it's
the
manageable
ocean-
too. You can clean it, not worry about going upstairs or downstairs or anything.
No, it's a ranch.
Bungalow, I guess.
It's a bungalow, you'd call it. And when
Cottage.
we've had it for like about
12 years.
we're 12 years into it now. Have been here for 12 years, and everybody's trying to buy it, which is sort of a nice thing. I mean, if you figure beachfront property is a pretty relatively good place to put your money. I mean, it ain't like funny books, but it's what can you do,
What it would be now, or you could say you don't.
Well, I mean, it really, as you like everyone I would imagine knows, it's really not the house; it's the land. How much land do you own?
Did you show the backyard?
I did. It's about a little short of a third of an acre. It's sort of a wedge, but the thing is, the ocean is just directly across the street.
Sure.
And it's a park, so that no one can ever build there.
Oh, that's
And
awesome.
when I first moved in here, there was a big telephone pole or a power pole that held the power lines.
It's right near the-
And so what I did was I asked if I could get that removed, and evidently the people that had it before us couldn't do it. They said, no, forget it, get out of here. But I asked, and they said, well, call this number.
Huh.
And so because I have this side yard here, if you can see it,
It
you
was
can't.
a pull pole, now
they came and it was like the price kept going up, but I finally got it done, where they had like these two cherry pickers came, three of them, and they had like about 10 or 12 people. There were flaggers, there was tractors, and they basically disconnected all the wires from this thing, and this claw grabbed this pole and yanked it out of the ground like it was a rotten tooth. And so then they basically put a push pole on my side yard to hold the pole in position so that I have line of sight across the street. And what happened was my wife, Susan, says, well, what are you going to do with that pole? And we've been looking at this pole. You look at the view, and then here's this pole right in the middle of your view. And she says, what are you going to do with that? And they said, well, we're going to junk it because it's already been ground, whatever, we're going to junk it. She says, can we have it? He says, sure, where do you want it? So I had a survey done, and I had it, she said, we dragged it down and put it along the property line. And so now when we're on the back deck, instead of me having to look through that damn thing to see the sea, I get to look down at him and go, ha ha.
Well, and you can sit on it like a bench.
So anyway,
Nice
but
joke
that's
there, Road Rage.
it's
It's really cool.
it's really nice. I remember one night I have these light sensors that, so that if there's movement, the light comes on. So it's like about 1 a.m. and I'm kind of dozing in a chair, and all of a sudden the light goes on, and I go, oh my goodness, what the hell? And so I'm looking close. I didn't know if there was someone skulking, and I pulled the blind back, and here is a deer eating my hedge. Only the most discriminating diners dine at Le Chic Gentner here. I said, I'm more than happy to have. The only problem is if you have flowers, the deer eat those too. So if you put nice flowers and stuff out like that, forget it. They
eat roses. I know
They
that.
eat roses. I know that. We put roses up. They were gone.
Yeah.
And
Don't
so it's
water
like
geraniums.
heather, and we have a beautiful rosemary plant bush that it just loves it there. There's a lot of rosemary and stuff down here.
Boston just checked out on us. Go check out Boston Chris Comics. Him and Houdat do a show. He's going to a wrestling event this afternoon, so I think that's where he's off to now. But don't forget to check out Boston Chris on his channel on Instagram, and him and Houdat do a show called Graphic Content together, which is always fun. Sorry about that, Stephen. I just wanted to say goodbye to Boston.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No problem.
It's Mardi Gras weekend in New Orleans too.
Oh yeah, who that was at the parade? I saw him do the parade thing yesterday. They were throwing stuffed animals and all sorts of things, man.
Huh. A lot of beads. They throw beads. I know that.
Well, I don't have the heart to get the beads. I don't think. Madam, how you doing?
Good, thanks.
Good. How's
Yeah,
your
that bead questions.
How's your weekend going?
It's going okay. It's going okay. I finished making a cat fucking just huge monstrosity for my cats. This like it goes almost up to the ceiling.
Oh, a cat like climber or something like
Patio.
that. Oh, a catio. Very nice.
You get really creative with it, you know, because you're like, you can do anything. You know, if you were a cat, what would you want to do?
Trollfire says buy mountain lion urine and they will not come anywhere close to your property. Apparently, step up. I don't know where you can buy mountain lion urine, but apparently that's stuff.
I understand, and I've heard that. I don't believe that I will avail myself of that particular agent. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate that.
You're just not going to plant any roses for them to eat. I'll be all right.
It's just, but the deer come wandering through. I mean, the elk. I mean, it really is very. And a lot of watching the eagles come down and catch fish. The ones that my favorites though are these brown pelicans. They have a white flash up here, but the ones here are of the pelicans that they actually dive down to catch fish and then take off. And so they come in a V formation and they wheel and dive and what have you. And I did a little research on them, and even the adolescent pelicans have a 70 to 75% success rate of catching a fish each time they dive. And when they're adults, it's up like around 80 to 85%. So that, you know, 8.5 times out of 10, they're going to catch a fish when they do it. Now, the seagulls here are smart as hell and gregarious and very aggressive. So what they'll do is they follow the pelicans. And when they hit the drink and they get the fish, when they come back up, the seagulls come in and try to pick the fish out of the beak, out of the bill of the pelicans. So what the pelicans now do is that when they land and they have the fish, they kind of swim backward and they put their head up and then they gobble the fish down. Mm-hmm. It's like a dance, actually. It's like a really interesting dance how they do that. But we always cheer for the pelicans, not the seagulls. The seagulls are they're absolutely graceful, amazing, but they are total scavengers. They are tough, they're durable, they're a successful design for sure.
I don't know what's going on. My camera quit working.
Yeah, I saw that. It said your device disconnected or whatever.
I guess the rain, it just started like pouring. I'm on my Wi-Fi. I don't know why it's unstable.
It's been pretty nice here lately. Like it's instead of -20, it's only like -2. So we're doing all right.
Good Lord.
Yeah,
we're pushing about 50 degrees here.
Hey, that's a nice book, Brad.
Yes, I got this from Bleecker.
Woo!
I've been waiting a long time to get this book. I actually won this book.
Thanks, babe.
From Gene Malo when he first started his channel, like one of his first videos. And I just never asked for it. So I just let him keep it. But because I knew he was in Canada and shipping would cost him. So I was just like, I'm just not worried about it. But I was glad to get it. Very glad to get this book.
Good, man. I'm glad I could get that to you. Yeah,
definitely wanted it.
Yeah, I'm very happy that you got it. It looks like it arrived safely. I didn't have any proper comic boards for it. I just surrounded it with thick paper and hoped for the best.
Yeah, it worked good. It worked.
Good,
yeah, it's in really good shape.
Yeah, it's in beauty shape, right? I had a few of them. That one's in nice shape.
Yeah, really good shape. Really
Very
good color.
Madam, it's going to be 74 there today.
Right. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I have a comic to show off if you.
You do?
I do.
Let's see.
I've already shown it off like this week, but whatever. Okay.
Hey,
I don't want to find anybody there.
And is that who did the art? Is that Jenny?
Nice.
Beautiful.
So it's halfway through, it switches upside down.
Oh, upside downy. I love that.
So
very dope. Very, very cool.
I thought it was really beautiful.
Do you have a lot of comics? I know you used to have a few comics. Do you still collect every now and again?
Do I still what?
Do you still collect comics every now and again?
Yes, like I just recently bought this because it was so beautiful. So.
Yeah, it is beautiful.
So sometimes I'm a sucker, too. I'm an impulsive buyer.
I think. I don't know if you want to mute your mic when you're not talking, Bobby. I think you got feedback. Every time I talk, I can hear a lot of feedback.
It's not Bobby.
Oh.
Oh, maybe it is. I don't know.
I think it is. Yeah, it stopped when you hit it.
All right.
I was trying to pick it out earlier, and I thought it was Bobby's feeding back.
I was hearing something. Yeah.
Stevens was for a while, but he's
maybe it was Stepos.
Yeah, I think it's Steven, but we figured it out. It's fine.
It wasn't bad.
No, it's not too bad. It's just I can hear it. I know because I was like, "What is that noise?" But once I figured out where it was, I'm all right with it. Wellbore says it's hovering just above freezing there. Yeah, that's about where it is here. Wellbore, like -2, +2 with the wind chill. It's like -4 or something ridiculous. Nothing crazy. Good old fashioned Canadian weather. It's all right.
Madam, I wanted to wish you a happy Valentine's Day. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Bob.
Yeah, I hope you had a good one.
I did. I was out in nature, so it was fun.
Nice.
A lot of hiking and looking
wet.
for rattlesnakes.
I like nature. I haven't been camping for a few years actually, but I used to go camping with one of my ex-girlfriends. It was always very fun. And then of course a lot with my family growing up. We always went camping. Mind you, I don't know if you can consider it was camping. Like it was pretty bougie camping. 28-foot trailers and stoves and fridges and stuff.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I had a tent, so
Yeah, that's a little more. That's a little more.
Yep.
Tent and air mattresses.
I have fond memories of not fond memories, but I have memories of my dad taking me hiking. And it would always be like bare bones. Everything's in your backpack. Your tent's in your backpack. You have dehydrated food, water purifier, like everything's on your back, and we're going. And we're just going to go like 12 miles and then camp somewhere. It's ridiculous.
What do you mean it was fractious last night, Stepo? Just the auction, everybody. Oh, because of the chat, nobody could see it or something.
The problem was I was saying the vagaries where the StreamYard and the YouTube were not in sync, and this cell phone portion of the program where someone would be on the cell phone side and it wouldn't transfer over, and then the bids would be coming in and then they wouldn't see the thing, and the bids would keep coming in. And so they have a thing where they say if you feel like you actually got in, then you can, it was a lot more difficult. And so people would put, when that happens, you're supposed to put up a red flag so that the moderator can look back to see where the bids are to be sure that you're not getting screwed. And so there was three of these, at least a couple, where it just there, and then it sort of devolved into a lot of, okay, another 30 seconds up, down, all around, and all that sort of stuff, and it kind of unraveled. But I picked up some very nice. I picked up some nice books. I bought a artist proof Shabina that was signed by her, and another artist proof. And those things. That it's very. It's almost every one of her books is like a Kickstarter. I mean, almost for practical purposes, and having her art get out of Ukraine, that is still not in good shape. This sort of thing, but it was very interesting. And then Matt he's in the process of cleaning and pressing I think about 6 or 7 Canadian whites that are getting pretty close to being submitted.
And you're talking about MT, Stephen?
Say again?
Are you talking about MT?
Yes, Matt Taylor, MT. Yeah, he worked on the Grand Slam that I did. It was a 2.5, and when he was done and clean, it looked so much better. It came back a 3.5, Blue Label. Blue Labels both ways, and he is very aware of the guidelines and rules necessary to not get either a conserved or a purple label or restored label. And so he's always very, very, very careful as far as what he will do within the guidelines that the CGC gives. And he's got a variant Thor cover where the you'll appreciate this, Bleecker, that has the color missing on the cover, that one of the colors wasn't there. So it was it was like a, what do you call it? A variant or mistake or whatever you call them. What do you call it?
An error variant.
Error. I have it there. It's a very rare marble error variant that I bought, and that's going to be going in to be slabbed as well. So I got a bunch of stuff that has accumulated with him. And once he is done, then, I did make it, because these Brazilian books came out, and they're very beautiful, amazing books. They'll have like multiple publishers under one wrap. Like you have Batman, you'd have Bullet Man, you'd have the Human Torch, all in the same book, plus a lot of stuff from Brazil, and they're big, thick books.
Nice, that sounds cool.
And they're amazing. But money is finite, and I look at the Canadian whites being in the same hemisphere in the same continent as America. But the Canadian whites are the golden age of comics in Canada. I mean, that's just what it is. It's what the war caused. It was the content that they could get from Fawcett and or wherever. Mostly it's Fawcett or their own. And these books there are so few of them, and they're so fragile that I wanted to get several of them to have, not only because they're way cool, but to preserve them, because when I shuffle this Mortal Coil, those books will then become someone else's. And I just think that if you don't take care of them and preserve them properly, they're just going to disintegrate, because they weren't made very well, because the materials that were available to the Canadians during the war was not much. The paper quality, the inks that they had, all of these things were completely and totally low end, because that's all they had. But it was what they were able to provide to the public, to young people, and to kids to read these funny books.
I did see that in Evil Mike, and Todd McFarlane. He can sell Spawn books with good art, but the best Todd McFarlane Spawn books were not written by him and were written by a literary genius. So I don't know, anything good that ever came from Spawn.
Yeah,
it came from
I
Neil.
think you could make that argument both ways.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, and when you say I could Michelangelo find a story from his dog, yeah, if you had a Michelangelo art book, I guess you could spell that really well, but I don't know. That's a hard argument. I think a story needs to be good to make the book.
When Kirby did all this, they did Bombast and a lot of the late ones that he did. The art was interesting, but the plots weren't worth a damn. It was there was nothing to it. It really is it's lightning in a bottle, and the components together are greater than the sum of the parts, where you have excellent writing and excellent art, and they coordinate. It's not one or the other. Really good comic is both.
I agree. Yeah, they have to complement each other, and I do think art sells a book absolutely 100%. But the story also has to be good for me to enjoy it, to have it, to want it.
It's like we were saying earlier too, like with Invincible, I didn't buy it because I didn't like the art, but then I found out later the story is really good.
Yeah, I won't buy it. I don't like it.
Which you have to admit, it's actually a staggering, interesting conversation, because it can go in so many different directions and have so many relative meanings. Because if you really think about, all we're doing now is expressing that in which that we first did when we were first able to express, meaning cave drawings, right? We weren't able to develop language first. We were able to develop art first. And when I mean written, my language, I mean written, to be historic. So, I mean, it's an interesting conversation, because I'm not saying one or the other. What I'm just saying is the elements of the conversation are there.
I love the conversation. I'll have this conversation anytime anybody wants it. I think.
Well, again, because I could play the advocate on both sides, in the sense of, my opinion is much like what you're saying. I'm all about a story, because when you remove art, if there is no real story, then what are we doing? But at the same point, I've had books where which Feral 21 coming up is going to be a great example, where the story is the art. There is no dialogue.
Well, the art also is in your head, because if an author can, like if you read Conan by Howard, he paints a picture, and it is the most expensive movie budget in the world in your head, because you can have it as large or as small as whatever your mind wants to take you. So the art is generating, you generate the art in your head when you read a lovely book, and to have them try to translate that into a movie or graphically, it's all interpretation. And so I thought it was bigger, I thought it was grander, I thought it was smaller. You look at a movie like
who wrote the movie Psycho?
Alfred Hitchcock.
So what you're saying is that's the Hitchcock approach, where you know how to paint the picture so well, and when you go to the next aspect of art, you've given the individual so much information in that picture worth 1,000 words, that they're creating the dialogue. And again, that's what I'm saying, is both sides of the story could be so much spoken about, because the dialogue in itself is many of books that have been written, right? No art at all.
That's the same point. But you can know. I'm going to interject for a second.
Yeah, madam, go ahead.
Because I think you can find a piece of like ancient Egyptian art and find like just like the jawbone of like some beautifully sculpted lips, and you don't know the story behind this. You don't know who this person is, but you know this is art.
Yeah,
Yes.
the connection is there. Someone was telling some story, and this is how they were able to tell it. And
if Todd McFarlane thinks that he can sell Spawn without any words, I beg him to try.
And again, every point that you've made, I can't, in my own opinion, argue against, because I also agree the greatest dialogue ever written in Spawn books weren't written by him.
By Neil Gaiman, for Pete's sake.
I also agree that some of the best art that was really reflecting what was going on in the dialogue that was being portrayed is also not by him. So both sides of that can be stated, in regards to him, if that makes sense.
Well, Stephanie, your point about ancient art being a statement, not only culturally, but just intrinsically how it looks, where they're doing a renovation somewhere like in Venice or something, and there was a question about moisture, and they took a wall out, and behind the wall is like a fresco or some incredible thing, that was just covered up, and it's very voyeuristic to look back into the past, that here is what these people were looking at, and what was how do they, if it's birds or if it's soldiers or whatever it is, culturally and stuff like that. You're right. You're absolutely right. It's just the art. It tells a tale.
Art, I think, is the heartbeat of the civilization.
Well, of course,
It echoes it.
And I think in this conversation, really what we're expressing is the subjectiveness of what we appreciate in comics. Sometimes we can gravitate particularly to the art aspect of a particular story or title. And then sometimes you're just like, man, have you read this story? And the art might not really reflect. Department of Truth, if you really think about it, is a combination of vagueness on both sides. They give you vague art and they give you vague storyline, but it's so captivating you can't stop reading it. Whereas other stories really depend on the exact opposite. They really need to allure you in with a strong story and a strong art to maintain that. Stray Dogs, both
are you
of them
saying?
are.
Are you saying that that you have to have dialogue in to make it essentially better?
I'm really saying it's subjective. It really works for individuals.
Depends what I'm collecting it
check
for.
this out. We were talking about Kirkman earlier, right?
I don't collect comic books to look at the art. I collect comic books to read them and look at the art. So
what I was going to make a point with Kirkman.
That the person who the author
agree
is
with
an artist,
Kevin.
then, or are they an author?
Again, it depends on the title, how it's delivered, how it's received. Who would have guessed Dork would have taken off the way it did, even though I chose it as my week's favorite. But to say a week later, a no-name title like that is now selling for $100 on the secondary, which one is it? Is it the art? Is it the story? Is it the combo?
The spec.
Well, no. What I'm getting at is we were talking about Kirkman, and what I mean about Kirkman is he's also an anomaly in my opinion too, because he takes pre-existing storylines, superheroes, overpowered ones, zombies. He'll take pre-existing stories. Somehow he has this way of throwing stuff on top of these stories, and then now they're the best ever. Invincible selling for what? Walking Dead selling for what? They make ongoing series, and there's none of this is not really been told before. It's just now finally been told better by someone. So what I'm getting at is sometimes it's the dialogue, sometimes it's the art, sometimes it's the combo, or sometimes it's their lack of. Who is that combination really going to make?
Not only have art and we have words, but we have music. So we have all of the senses, and then if you have some food while you're doing it, all the senses that we have. But Stephanie also because in sculpture there is when her pieces tell almost a complete story. I mean, as far as looking at that, because if you look at a beautiful sculpture, it's like if you look at statues of antiquity, they tell a huge story, but it is a story. But there's the storytelling is also part of it. It tells a story, but it also.
I think you have to entice with beauty to storytell. You entice with beauty because humans are beauty seekers. Right.
The difference is nowadays, it's not
someone like Stephen King who you read and is amazing. You're like, oh my God, I can picture everything he says in my head because of the way he writes. And it never, ever, 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 ever translates to the screen. That people have tried. Look at Stephen King movies. They're just not as good as the books. They never have been and they never will be. I know they're cool. I know they're fun. They do not.
Kind of back on what Madam was saying. Thrawn from Star Wars. That was his main strategies when he was attacking another civilization. He would look at their art, and he could tell by their art how well that civilization was doing because the art reflected that.
Yeah.
So the first thing he would do to research who he was attacking was research their art.
And it is true, though. It was already touched a lot earlier. Picture is worth 1,000 words. That is a fact.
Certain things
Well,
else have to
Napoleon
be
wanted
taken
to
into
know whether
consideration when you
with
talk
his generals, whether they were good or not. He wanted to know if they were lucky. He says, yes, he's a great general, but is he lucky? You see, I mean, it's interesting. Anyway, that's a non sequitur. Continue.
When we talk art in the past, you know, it doesn't matter how it was conveyed, meaning sculptures or even paintings, or you got to take into consideration many of these individuals didn't know how to communicate otherwise, meaning they didn't know how to write, they didn't know how to read. So their way to communicate was through their art. Whereas by today's standards, depending on where you're at, depending on the level of lifestyle that you lead, you might have the ability, which I would assume all of us do, to read and write. Whereas the average person, you know, just a few hundred years ago didn't. So that's another reason why people put so much in their art and try to convey what their sunrise was like in June, or what a horse looked like when it was eating on their plane. You know, I mean, they couldn't describe it any other way. Whereas by today's standards, and when we read in a comic book, sometimes an artist can convey that perfect. We don't need the dialogue to accompany, or the exact opposite. We have someone that writes so well that they can write it so well that
Bobby?
we don't need that art. We can go skip to the next scene and just have a beautiful painting fill in that gap.
Speaking of art, yeah, man, this is some of the stuff I do. This is a repurposed art. Yeah, this is Ozymandias from The Watchmen. It was a statue that I found, but then I turned it into comic book art. Yeah, you know, this is one of the pieces that I redid. Yeah, I find stuff. In fact, I'm going to be on Drawn to You with Roscoe. You know, I haven't told him yet. I don't know the date, but I'm going to ask people to do repurposed art. And that's where you find something and then you superhero it out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. This is one of my paintings, yeah, that I did recently. This.
Nice.
It was a beach scene. It had that lady on there, but I added the submariner. Yeah.
Bobby, show that speedball.
The speedball? Yeah, I got him right here. I got that speedball right here. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I suspect that's going somewhere we know. It's got to be going to Beckerman, right? Like,
yeah, man, I did that with Beckerman in mind. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I did that when, you know, I go to the thrift stores. You know, my mom's got me going to thrift stores. I found this one today. I'm not going to change this one, though. I like it. Yeah. I'm going to shake this one. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's like a pinup. It reminded me of Steppo. Yeah, right away for some reason. Yeah.
Steppo never looked that good. Come on.
I know it, but it's the artwork. You know what I mean? Yeah. I found that today, man, at the thrifty. Yeah, running around. But yeah, like I said, I'm gonna challenge. I want people to do some repurposed art. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, this was one that I did. This is my chiefed out Deadpool. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah,
that's rad.
Oh, I think we lost a Steppo. Yeah, we lost a Steppo.
Steppo, come back.
His microphone's being all weird right now. I had to mute him for a minute because it's giving us a lot of feedback. Hey,
this was a Harley Quinn Joker. Yeah.
Nice. That's awesome.
So cool.
Awesome.
This is all Bobby's repurposed art. This is awesome, dude.
Yeah, man. Thanks. Yeah.
Bobby,
yeah.
You're awesome, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Yeah. Today's my dad's birthday, man. He would have been 92. Yeah, El Paso strong, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're going to go to dinner with the family this evening. So, yeah, we're going to get together and celebrate. Yeah, man.
Did you do breakfast with your mom or your grandma this morning?
Yeah, with my mom's. Yeah, I got to do that's like a running thing. Yeah, every Sunday we go to breakfast. Yeah.
Very.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Archivist or anybody else, obviously, in the chat. If you ever want on, you just have to ask. I don't put the link in the chat anymore because you get weird people pop on. But if you want on personally, just ask and I'll send you the link on IG. What were you gonna say, Madam?
Some pictures on IG. Can you? Those are for my.
You sent me some pictures on IG.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see what we got here.
You can show.
Like I say, I might not know art, but I know what I like. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Yeah, there's art, but there's not all art is good art, you know. So.
Well, yeah. You might not like it now, but you might like it later. Your taste might change, or you might see something in it later. That, yeah.
Van Gogh only sold like one painting, right?
You haven't sent me anything on IG, madam.
Really? You haven't gotten
Yeah. Yeah. The last thing that was sent was sent you a link to your email if you feel like popping on.
Yeah.
Could you imagine if people like that had the ability to travel? Let's say Michelangelo or Van Gogh or any of that. We're able to be plucked and go, we're going to put you in New York for, I don't know, 3 weeks and see what happens.
If I had to go back to a time, I would go back to like the Age of Enlightenment with like Leonardo and Michelangelo. I think that would be a really interesting time.
That whole Renaissance area.
You know?
Yeah.
I gotta know how they built the damn pyramids. It makes no sense.
Died at like
It
29.
depends on where you're at, but I could do it.
Everybody's marrying 12-year-olds and dying at 29. I'm not going anywhere near that particular time zone. I'm good. I like medicine. I'm a big fan of, being able to get places. I don't want to be
technology.
Yeah, I don't want to be Frodo walking to the fucking goddamn Mount Doom. Like, God, if we only took one of the eagles at the beginning of this movie, it wouldn't have been such a long 3 movies. God dang it all. It'd be a good idea. Maybe we should ride one of these eagles to Mount Doom and throw the rings in. Great idea. Yeah. No chamber pots, no toilet paper. No, thank you. You guys have romanticized the past far too much. Don't forget, people dying of like tuberculosis and shit. No, thank you.
Shit was rough, yeah.
That brief amount of time. It's gonna be really cool.
If I could
go
go
there,
there,
then the Black Plague is gonna come get you. I know. But
if I could go there for like a week, maybe 3 days, a nice little past life vacation, I could do it.
That's funny.
Big
time era timeshares. The literal timeshare.
Brother. Good to see you, my man.
There he is.
Well, Bobby was on here, right?
Bro, I hope you guys are feeling better, man. Come to dinner. Go to Rosedale today, man. We're going to go to Rosedale tonight. Come on down.
Oh, Bobby, that would is your whole family going?
And I'm a whole family, but a lot of them, yeah.
Oh, damn, man. I would. Legit, I would. But I actually got plans.
Oh, right on, brother.
Right on. I'll be on YouTube, though. I'll be on YouTube on Scotty Young's channel. He's doing a movie party.
Oh, hell yeah.
And so he's gonna go live after we finish watching The Fly with Jeff Goldblum.
What's it gonna be on his channel or what channel?
Yeah. I think it's like, I don't know what he calls Scotty Young TV or something on YouTube. I don't know.
Cool, I'll check it out.
Now, the only thing I'm curious about is if he shows at the end and he's not telling anybody a little clip from Strange Academy. I'm hoping that they have a cartoon clip, which is a teaser that they do for, studios and stuff like that to get them interested, of Strange Academy and say, hey, look, I just want to throw this out there.
Wow.
I have no idea, man. I actually, the second I had popped off here earlier, I got the invite. So,
well, there's been rumors out there that at some point there's going to be some type of announcement, teaser clip, something from some studio. So I'm interested because things that were off the shelves before are back on consideration. right
Well,
now.
they're doing they're Spider Punk and Spider Gwen. They've got a big well, not a big, but they've briefly mentioned it. Something's going on. Something's happening.
Yeah, they've been working on that. Unfortunately, it keeps getting pushed. So the original scheduling is basically the release date is over a year off.
Yeah,
So
TJ.
yeah, they were supposed to almost have that thing released now.
This is
Which
your
was
first,
the third part.
your
if I
first
recall.
time at the comic book church, my friend.
Nah, this is like second or
he's
third.
been here.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
TJ.
How you doing? And how you doing, brother?
How's it going?
You got some stuff you want to show off? You say? You say?
Yeah, I got a couple things that I got in, and a couple older ones. Start off with the Carla Cohen Zatanna.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I jumped on the Maxima type.
Oh, yeah, Perez.
Yeah, isn't that a key? I feel like that's a key comic.
Yeah, it's
I can't remember.
Maxima, first Maxima.
Okay, yeah. That's
And then Matt from Matt Likes Comics got me FOMO'd.
nice.
Very cool.
I grabbed this in an auction. Cool GI Combat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, combat, all good stuff there.
Yeah.
And then this one
That's a
I've never seen
great one,
before.
too,
But
because that one shows the inside of the airplane, right? Like the panel you're looking out of the
yeah,
air.
very cool.
Yeah, very cool.
I think I've been picking these up a lot, these GI Combats.
Yeah.
They're really
It's a
cool
great
covers.
perspective on that comic.
Yeah.
This one I've never seen before. It was like $20.
B Barbie.
Yeah,
Who doesn't
it's some
want
Western
who doesn't want to be Barbie?
the cover was cool.
Hell
Spider-Man. And then
Lyle
got some
Hobson.
Mexican.
Lyle Hobson's talking like my grandparents. We walked uphill both ways in the wintertime with no
Yo.
shoe.
That's a cool cover.
Some
Oh, that's
Mexican horror.
dope. All right,
Wow.
some Mexican horror stuff's popping off, man. That's Chanco's roots are spreading thick.
I know more like a
This,
Mexican.
This one's pretty cool. The rat cage on the stomach, and the rats are eating their way through.
Oh.
And then Bob, you like, let's pick this up this week
Yeah.
actually. This came in for Super Scroll.
Sweet. Yeah, man. That's awesome.
And then another Mexican horror.
Wow.
Got this a while back. Really cool looking though. Cool
Yeah,
girl in the
man.
red dress. And then this I just got. This is a Brazilian horror.
Mm.
And this one reprints
Looks like Mumra.
Tales of Suspense 10, Incredible Science Fiction, and Out of This World. So it's 3 different comics, 3 different companies
Very
together. So that was it.
That's very cool stuff, man.
Yeah.
The Brazilian stuff's neat. The covers are really cool. The horror stuff that comes out of there is really neat. I don't know if there's a lot. Brazil's got to be hard to keep books in good condition. Brazil, man, with like it's wet and gross out there. So
Yeah,
can't
there's a
imagine.
guy named Sky Eye. He goes by Kamikaze on Facebook, and he's basically cornered the market on all the stuff. Like he hit all the collectors over there and kind of gathered everything together, including original art.
Okay, that's very cool. All right, stuff. Sent pictures to my email. Let's see.
I picked up a couple books, got a few things signed last week.
All right, give me 1 second here, boss. Just getting into my email for a second. All right. I will put that on the screen in a minute, Miss Madam.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to here, back to there, back to life.
I was
back-
thinking
So I ended up seeing Ahmed Best and Mark Guggenheim. So this is Jar Jar Binks that signed it.
Oh,
One of
guy
my
who,
favorite
Beth?
characters. Wow.
yeah.
Love him.
So he actually, co-wrote with Mark on this thing.
You
He
just burn
said
them.
so.
Burn them now.
No, man, don't do it. That's gonna go up.
And then I end up seeing Patrick Horvath, Josh Fahil, and Jeremy Adams. And they did a signing event before.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
I love Patrick's signature. He's an artist.
Oh, that's cool. They just did a Beneath the Trees Joker sort of cover. Was it last week or the week before?
Last week.
And the bear's got the needle like at Joker's neck and stuff. It's pretty cool. That's
so
the
I
bear.
had him sign the whole, this.
There
There it is.
it is.
So that's Jeremy.
That's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
I'm surprised nobody talked more about this cover. to be
Oh,
honest.
he's got more than one.
I know, I'm sorry.
And then this is Josh's book. He just came out.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
And that was all pre. It was yes a signing event for these things, even though they came out a week before. However, they're all getting together because it was Jerry Cohen. Yeah, last signing event, public signing event ever.
What?
Oh, Jerry
I
Conway,
missed
you mean?
it. I didn't go because to go to it, you'd have to wake up at like 1 a.m. and be there standing in line, for like 13 hours.
That sounds
Everyone
like
I knew that was artists and creators, those people and more, they were able to just kind of walk right past the line. So I was like, no, there's just no way. I'm physically right now and able to do the stuff I used to do at these signing events. So I was like,
oh yeah, with
I'm
your
gonna
back.
miss it. Yeah, I was just like, I can't.
I
do
was
it.
thinking to myself, I'm like, what do you mean you did? That's right up your alley. You love hanging out, standing in lines for 12.
Yeah, no, I agree. However, I'm the
Hurting.
the pain.
Yeah.
Oh,
Entropy,
I
are you a
can't do it.
surfer? Susie wants to know if you're a surfer.
Yeah, I'm about 3.5 miles away from Manhattan Beach.
Nice.
So I ride. I surf, mostly boogie board. But when I boogie board, I do what they call drop knee. So it's kind of like a wannabe surfing style. And then I skimboard too. So when I was talking about the wedge, if you pull up the wedge and skimboarding, you'll see what that means.
All right.
So yeah, I did the whole stereotypical California thing.
Archivist Drift joins us. How you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
Yeah.
I am going to open up my Gmail for a second. Nope. Let's not be opening up that Gmail.
Okay. Right. Well,
All right, that one right there. We're gonna just get that off of my screen so I don't accidentally open it up.
Who knows what's in there, right?
Yeah. All right. Let's see what's going on.
I just sent you flowers.
I know. There was another screen up, and I looked at it. I was like, "That's not something you need to share."
Oh, now I'm curious.
All right. No subject. Gmail. I think that's it. There it is. Boom. You guys are seeing what I'm seeing?
Nope.
Oh yeah, that's right. I got to do this now. They used to be cool. Now it makes me do extra buttons. I hate the extra buttons. There we go. Boom.
When I was camping, and there was poppies that were blooming.
Oh,
in the
pretty.
desert. So that everyone was stopping and photographing poppies like they're
Oh wow.
like they're rare truffles or something.
Wow.
It's kind of cool.
You guys just
Pretty early in the year.
You guys just had heroin growing around you guys? What's going on over there?
No.
The grass is just starting to turn green here.
God dang it, I was muted and I made the same joke, but just a few seconds earlier.
Mike, nice.
Yeah, that's right.
All All right, we got Madam. She's got heroin right around her. Anywhere you go.
That was my joke.
Everyone
Was,
put in your order.
my joke that was muted was, so that's where my medicine comes from.
That's right where the medicine comes from. Nice. Archivist,
Always
is this your
chasing that
first,
cue ball.
I think this is your first time on Church, is it not?
Yeah, it sure is.
Nice. Hey, nice.
Yeah, it's another one that Bleeker gave me.
Oh yeah, I sent you a little box this week, which is pretty cool.
And some blanks. So I got
Well,
my blanks up in a stack.
You tried to buy these books off me at one point, and I was like, I'm not gonna sell them to you. I'm just gonna give them to you.
Very nice, very kind.
What a guy! What a guy!
The best one I think I gave them is probably the. Well, I really like the magazine is good, but I also the Daredevil 25 I think is the best one.
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
That one's signed by the artist who doesn't have a copy of that book. So even Ken Lashley does not have a copy of that book, just so you're
Oh
aware.
damn!
Oh,
He was fairly upset when I got him to sign my copy. He's like, I don't even have a copy of this book. So, you can't have mine, Ken. Haha.
But you can buy it.
That's great.
It's actually a cool feeling when you actually present a book to someone they've never seen before. They're like, what is this?
Yeah, there she is. And that is the first time Daredevil or Elektra is Daredevil, actually.
Yeah. That
that's
book
awesome.
was pretty hot. Is it still or?
I don't think it's hot, but it's a cool book. It's a cool, and
It's
this
a
is
great cover. It's one of his best covers.
the nullified version and all that stuff. So it's
Yeah,
cool.
I love those.
Very awesome. Yeah, Red, it's the least I could do, honestly. You're an awesome dude. We appreciate you here at church, and I appreciate you being involved in Murder King. So honestly, I wish I could do more. I am just not very wealthy. That's all.
very appreciative.
Yeah, man. And those were Madam's. Madam's probably gonna take some heroin. Apparently.
Now it's time to process the pop.
Now it's time to flowers.
Right.
We photograph. Step 1 is photograph. Step 5, just so you know, is federal prison.
Oh,
So it's a step-by-step tutorial. Is that what it is?
Yeah, Elektra taking over as Daredevil was cool. I enjoyed it. So Archivist, what brings you on today? I saw you did an unboxing recently. I watched that.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah. I got a lot of great books. Thought I'd show them off real fast. You know, if you're
Yeah, man. Let's see what you
Not all
got.
of them, but, you know, yeah. So this is something I didn't show. I don't think on the show last night, but Travis of Comics Limited, he did this like painted cover for me. Black Terror is one of my favorite characters, so he's being up Bender over here.
I'm drawing him right now.
Oh, awesome!
I have a commission to do a Black Terror fighting the Yellow Claw.
Oh, that's a good one. That exciting comic.
Yeah, so I got this. This was in. I started the conservation on this, and then I sent it to Kenny Sanderson, who is like the premier kind of restorer and conservationist, and he did some leaf casting on it. Unfortunately, it came back as a purple label because too many of the wraps on the interior needed leaf casting. I think I'm going to probably crack it apart and do some extra conservation on it, see if I can get it back into a blue label with a gray striped top. So, but yeah, one of my favorite books and kind of a cool homage to it, you know. So, I'll have a video of that.
What you do is science to me. To be able to get books from blues to purples to blues, and how you do conservation and how you can bloody well make paper and fix. It's unbelievable. Your work truly.
Thank
really.
you. It's pretty. I mean, it's astounding to me when it works out. To be honest, like at the end of a project, I'm like, how did this come together? I don't get it. So, I'm actually working on a book right now. This is it was extremely mold heavy, and I got as much as the mold of it off of it as I could. It's an old thrilling comic. It doesn't look that great right now, but you should have seen it before. And yeah, I got it heavily molded, so it's kind of like a practice book for me, and I'll be able to work with other moldy books to see how it goes.
So I've seen your work, Archivist, and it's beautiful work. You've done great work. But anytime I talk to you, you're still practicing. Like you're still in that stage of this kind of stuff. You're still in you don't really conserve too much for other people.
Yeah. There's so much to learn. I mean, like every book is a new lesson, like there's so much stuff I haven't done yet and so much stuff I want to do. I mean, I've worked on a lot of books, but you can never just stop learning, And also new techniques are coming out like, every month or so, so it's like, oh, wow. So which is great about conservation is that the fact that a lot of stuff that we do is reversible, so that, if we do have a process that ends up being a better process, it's nice to be able to reverse the processes that we've applied, and then we can reapply those new ones. So, assuming that they're better, of course.
If y'all don't know, I've told us this story before. I won't tell the full story this time, but Archivist is the gentleman. We told a story about him going and getting a book off My Comic Shop and getting the cover and marrying them together because a member of our community bought it and it wasn't the right book. And Archivist heard this story and wound up, out of the love of the game and out of his own heart, he wound up getting this book, putting it all back together, fixing it, getting the proper with the proper, and he sent it to Chonko.
Yeah.
The story is it's a much bigger story than that, but that's the gist of it. And one of the nicest things.
Nickname him Dr. Frankenstein.
One of the nice things that I've heard in this community.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, he deserves it. He, he's given up so much of his own stuff, and I just felt like, this would have been it's just whatever little bit of I can contribute. I can't contribute a whole lot as far as like my own books because I don't have a whole lot of books, but if I can contribute a little bit of, my talents or skills or whatnot for people I think deserve it.
One of the nicest stories I've heard in this comic community. Have you accidentally ruined a book while attempting to restore it?
Yeah. In fact, I got a video probably coming up this week. I did some books for Matt at Impress Comics.
Right.
And, now these are a couple of G.I. Joe #1s. They were heavily water damaged, and he wanted to know if I could, do something to them. And he only paid like $10 for them, so they weren't a big value, thing for him anyhow. But I want to put up my best foot forward if I can, But so there was two of them. One was really heavily water damaged, and the other one just kind of rusted staples and whatnot. The one that was heavily water damaged, I did some bleaching to it, some blue light bleaching to kind of remove the staining, and it was working really well. The stain was getting smaller and smaller, and typically you want to be careful because you can get a point where you hit a point where you start taking the colors out of the cover itself, and I just ended up crossing that line, and it sucked because I had so many hours into it, and it kept on looking so vivid. I was like, man, this thing is just taking it, And then
when you do, does it just look like a faded book when you take the color out, basically?
I not even that. It's you can actually see the ink on the reverse side of the page, so it's almost like transparent in a way,
Oh my, okay,
yeah. And then when I try to pull it up and everything, because I don't know what was going on with, but it started crinkling on me, and it was a mess. So I felt sick after it. I was like, dang.
I press and clean books. I do not get into the level of cleaning and restoration that you get into. It's a simple press clean, normal stuff that you do. And my first, I wrecked Superman. I peel his head right off. And I'm like, oh. So yeah, I've definitely wrecked a couple books in the pressing and cleaning process, and
it's a tough learning.
Yeah, I don't recommend touching someone else's books until you're really, 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 really confident with your skills.
That's right. Unless they just don't care about those books, or don't care as much. I think even with that book, also all kinds of, and you make dumb mistakes too. You just don't think sometimes. Where recently I had a book where I usually put like like what's that stuff called? Basically, it's like a paper that like a nonstick paper.
Yeah, yeah.
And I had shifted the nonstick paper. I didn't even think about it, and the book was laying on top of some cardboard. And when I pulled it up, same thing. Yeah, it was just a pull, like a graphic pull, And I was like, ugh, come on.
I didn't use some Teflon paper recently on a new book, and I didn't even heat it up that much. Like I was like, I'm not gonna give it a bath. I'm not gonna put it and I'm not gonna hydrate it or anything. I'm just gonna. It's a new book. I'll just stick it in the press just to get rid of that wave.
Yeah,
this book melted. It melted to like it's a new book. It was a I don't know. It was a fancy one of them chick books, and I was like, "Oh my god, this thing melted to the like." I was peeling off the the layers. I was like, "This is awful." So
yeah, time to learn those temperatures and stuff. You got
and that's why I don't really mess with new books because the material that they use, it's almost kind of unpredictable.
It is, and they also the staples are bigger in the center of the book, so you have to add 2 or 3 things in the center, which makes the book already too thick. And then new books are a real pain in the ass. In fact, I might start charging more for new books because I don't like touching them. To be honest, new books are a real pain in the ass to press. They suck.
I think that that's why my comfort zone is Golden Age because they are a little bit. I mean. The materials are not as high quality, but they take a beating, and they were so heavily inked that you can lose quite a bit of color, and it still looks vivid. Although that wasn't the case of a book I recently worked on, a Golden Age book where the it was like a late like early 50s faucet, and I had never worked with faucet before, and it was a book that Chonko had given me. And I put it into an aqueous bath, and within like 20 seconds, I could see it just like falling apart. And I'm like, oh no. Almost never happens to me, but especially with Golden Age books. But generally speaking, they're pretty hardy. I got some other books I wanted to show real fast. I got so I've been really getting into like so everyone's not everyone. A lot of people are getting into the Brazilian Golden Age stuff, which I love as well. I got like I do have a Brazilian Cortez book that I just grabbed. I have been talking to Scott as well on Facebook and whatnot. He's pretty cool. But I've been getting into some French Golden Age, and the French their Golden Age. So of course they were occupied, and so there was no comics really to speak of during the occupation during World War II. But then in '46. They didn't really have a superhero kind of thing. They imported superhero comics from the U.S. But there was one superhero comic of note, and that was a comic called Fantax. And the artist creator, his name was Michaud, but he went by the handle Shot, and he worked on this comic, this Fantax character. The character is actually kind of based on Hourman from DC Comics. And he ran from 1946 to 1949, I think. And the reason why they stopped creating him was because the communists and the Catholics in France after the war, they came together, which was very rare because Catholics and communists didn't really care for each other that often. And they were, they didn't like the influence of American comics in France. They didn't want French people to be Americanized. They didn't like the commercial aspect. Of course, the communists didn't like that. And the Catholics didn't like the lack of morals, I guess, in American comics. So they kind of banded together and tried to pass laws. Basically, our version of the 1950s kind of Senate hearings and all that happened in France first in 49. And so Schott was like, you know what, before you guys start telling me what to do, what to censor, I'm just going to cancel Fantax. Although he had a couple other characters that he kept alive, like a Western a cowboy that he kept around for a bit.
This is the same Catholic Church that helped Nazis escape Germany.
Just
Possibly.
no, we can't have these American comics around here. This is awful. But
Yeah.
these Nazis, they're fine. They're cool.
The interesting about Schott was that he was a resistance fighter during World War II. So not only was he creating comics, but and they're very, very thin. There's only a few pages in them. They're very wide or very big. Here's like a golden age, an American golden age side by side. And the pages are black and white and blue and white. They're very fragile. So
They're very yeah. It's like a really big magazine, to be honest.
yeah, kind of, yeah. And so I'll show you some other covers here. I really like this one.
This is stuff, people, by the way, in the chat. You don't see this stuff. This stuff.
No one sees this. No one talks about Fantex. He his grandnephew tried to bring him back a little bit, like about 20 years ago. Apparently, a film was in the making recently, about 2 years ago.
Right.
So the character Fantex, he is an Englishman who is fighting crime in New York City. He's not French. Here he is fighting the Ku Klux Klan.
Wow.
Wow.
Good people to fight. I can see why he went there.
Yeah. And then I'll show you. This is a kind of cool one.
Very cool stuff.
And one more I wanted to show real fast. So this is kind of an idea of like the violence that they were against. Here he is. He's got his leg in a bear trap.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's too violent. Don't want that.
Yeah. So Bobby, who is from I like this one as well. Yeah,
that's cool. Nice. Gotta have a tentacle cover.
I know, for real. Bobby of Sequential Artifacts. If you guys are not keen to him or whatnot, he is a documentarian from Rutgers. He actually shows films at like South by Southwest, and he's like an actual film director. But he also he's really into comics, and he shoots these essentially like mini documentaries on his comics. And I was recently in a video that he did on Thunderbolt from Charlton Comics.
Right.
Yeah, and it's pretty funny. He has Rorschach kind of investigating and kind of giving me kind of an interview and whatnot. It's great. It's really funny.
I forgot that you're a movie star. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I made my cameo. So we're talking about doing some other projects, and one of the projects that we're talking about doing is doing a video on this hidden golden age French superhero that no one talks about. So I think that would be really exciting when we start getting that up.
I will watch that documentary. I'll tell you, that sounds very interesting to me. I like documentaries like that. I just recently was watching stuff on the Golden Bat, which
that's great. Yeah,
right. Which may or may not be the first, whatever, yada yada.
Yeah, it came out with like in the early 30s or something, right?
It's on and all the it's really amazing, and the artwork is truly cool, and the way they used to tell the stories on the side of the street with these basically paintings, right? And they would show the drawing, and then they would tell the story, and that's where the Golden Bat sort of came from, which was really dope.
Yeah, that is a really cool character. And what's great about his documentaries is that he adds a lot of humor and kind of almost like a more movie type stuff. Like I said, and this one that we were in together, he's dressed up as certain characters and kind of doing it's really cool. But yeah, I'll keep you guys up to date when I get to that.
Yeah, man, very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Don't forget, watch Archivist Adrift. He's got a channel, man, and he does really cool shit on it. So it's really interesting. Really interesting stuff.
Thank you. I also got this U.S. Jones #2. So I have a copy of this already, but it was completely trimmed. So this is a coverless copy. This is just a photocopy of it, and I'm gonna marry the interiors of this so I can have a
full restored copy. Will it come back restored?
I think it'll come back conserved.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got this Gunsmoke recently. I like these books.
I know, like, I'm more new to comics. I'm not like, I don't know everything about comics, and since I've been into comics, you know, people have been snuffing their nose at purple labels and restored books, and Alan's really changed my perspective on that. I'm sure he's had a good influence on people changing that perspective on purple labels.
Absolutely. I think yeah, we're actually on the Live Show on March 21st, I believe. Myself and a couple of other comic book conservationists and our conservators and Alan will be on their show discussing the state of restoration and conservation in comic books, and you know, giving it a second chance. I think what happened was that there was a you know, when slabbing first came out, there was almost like an overreaction to restoration and conservation, because you know, people thought that their universal books were you know, universal, and come to find out a lot of them were being, you know, secretly restored on the side, and when people found that out, they were freaking out, you know, and you know, for good reason.
For good reason, absolutely. But those same people have to realize that in that era of comic books, there were ads to restore comic books. There were restoration companies. Like, people were actually making businesses off of restoring comic books.
That's right. Yeah, there was two sides to that. There was the one side where people were actually paying to get their books restored, and then there were the other side where people were covertly restoring people's books and not.
Yeah, and hence you get there's conservative labels, right? There's like a 1, 2, and 3 or something like that, or an A, B, and C. I can't remember which what they use, but I know, like, I can't remember which one's the best and which one's professional and which one's just sort of done by a kid that added tape or whatever.
Yeah, I think it goes through like A through I don't know, like A through F or something like that, or A through, and yeah, A is considered professional, and then as you forget further out, it becomes like, yeah, a kid scribbling on the side. And then they'll do like a number as after that, which will indicate the amount of restoration on a book. Now, so A1 would be considered the most minimal amount of restoration on the most professional grade. But once you cross that barrier, you get into conservation, which is essentially not trying to hide the work that's been done, but the work that's been done has been done to structurally support the comic, so that it is it's considered a subset of restoration, but it's not really restoration. And I think a lot of us are trying to make clear, and well, CGC makes clear. So the CGC will give purple labels to restored books, but then conserved labels will have the blue universal label with the gray stripe at the top, indicating that work has been done to make this structurally whole. So,
and that's the thing with conserving books. There are books that you can't even touch because they'll just fall apart in your hands. And someone like Archivist, he can actually bring those pages back to life. I'm sure it's not an easy process.
Well, but, you know, I mean, and I think we've discussed this before. There are universal books, you know, even high grade universal books that are rotting in their slabs because they have so much acid in the paper. And there are conserved books, maybe even lower grade conserved books that'll last another 100 years past those universal books. So I think it would really behoove the grading companies to consider allowing deacidification to become a universal property, because without normally what that would mean is that you'd allow cleaned books to get a universal grade, you know, because otherwise the acids are in the paper are just going to keep on chewing on that stuff, you know, and those books will fall apart. So it would be really good for them to.
That's a paper that CGC puts in between your books when they grade them.
Yeah, but it does. It only does so much, you know. I mean, it can't save paper that's already gone, you know, and it'll prevent it from.
If I was to buy a stack of that paper and just put it in my comic books just because you know, they do it, I should do it. It probably would help, right?
I think it'd be better than nothing for sure. Yeah, but once the paper starts picking up, you know, it's hard to reverse that process and without doing conservation. So yeah, I got a few other books. So I got these from Johnny recently. I'm not really into these more fun books, but these are so colorful and they pop so much. I figured I'd show them off real fast. This is a Carl Barks cover.
Nice reds on that.
This isn't a Karl Barks cover, but I really liked it. This is just a late 40s or mid 40s Ace Comics book. Just kind of cool, stuff here.
These have a market. All Donald's and all that Disney cartoon stuff has a wicked market for it.
Got a Doll Man here.
Nice.
Mr. McGroovy, he's got a YouTube channel. He's fantastic. He does a lot of interviews with people, and he's great. I won this on his show, this Black Cat.
Ooh.
Epic. Love it.
Oh yeah, man, beautiful.
Isn't that amazing? Pre-code horror stuff. So, and then I recently grabbed this ridiculous early 40s Fox Feature Syndicate book about this character called the Bouncer. And so it's so ridiculous. So he's a like a Roman statue or a Greek statue that's come to life, and his superpower is that he can bounce really hard. That's his power. So,
not the weirdest power I've heard of. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, he's no wizard, but he is.
Listen, I just heard of a character recently. I do want to bring this up before we get out of here. There's a character called Soft Serve. Has anyone heard of Soft Serve?
No. Yeah,
Yeah?
I think I have.
Well, she shits ice cream and feeds it to people, and people think it's the best ice cream they've ever had. That's a character in Marvel. She shits ice cream. Oh no, hold on, we're gonna reinvent her. She doesn't shit ice cream. That's actually a portal to the ice cream zone. So she just shits ice cream she shits a portal out of her ass. So to get into this portal is through her butt. What? Come on, Marvel.
I think the House of Ideas has run out.
You can do better, Marvel. You can do better.
Mutants have gone through all the mutations.
So, yeah, I got these magazines recently from a guy who said he found them in a warehouse find. They're all extremely high quality, and I got them for $15 each. So I don't know.
Where are these warehouses?
I don't know, but I don't know. It wasn't like, I can't imagine it was a warehouse find of just, a warehouse find is usually one book, a lot of one book. But I think these were like a miscellaneous bunch of books that were in a warehouse. I don't know what he meant by that, but they're from the
term warehouse find all the time. I'm like, where are these warehouses?
Yeah, I know.
Like, you're just finding like thousands of Star Wars ones in a warehouse. When did this happen? What warehouse?
So those are all from the early 70s, and I thought those would.
That's my bag. I'm a big fan of the Bronze Age. That's where I'm at right now. Obviously, I like other ages and books, but I collect a lot of Bronze Age right now.
Gold and Bronze are my forte as well, man, for sure.
Biggie Shaq, how you doing, brother? Good to see you.
Hey, Biggie.
Good. Yeah. Hey, I didn't want to miss 2 fucking churches in a row, so I got I got a couple books I'll show unless someone else is in line. I don't know.
You got it, brother.
All right, I'm on deck. Sweet. So I don't know if I showed my Star Wars since I got it, but I got my Star Wars.
Have I showed this before? I don't think I've showed this before.
It's on church. Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
I love the fucking red and the lightsaber. It's if you get it in hand, it's pretty cool looking.
You can thank Marie Severin for that. I think she did all the coloring on that.
So what is the deal with all the different variants of Star Wars 1? Now, were there like reprints? Were there different variants? What's
dude.
The 35 the one you want.
Yeah.
And then obviously they did a bunch of reprints for Star Wars 1.
Yeah.
That's a 30-cent copy?
Yeah, that's a 30-cent.
This is the plain Jane regular ass Star Wars 1, yes.
Okay. I have one.
Yeah.
The 35 cents hard to come across, man.
Okay.
Yeah, my buddy Cobby NYC has a copy. He's the only one I know that has that. But yeah.
Yeah.
I won this one at a show, Magic Lasso show.
Yeah, that was a good one.
I am a fool for any modern book that shows a Golden Age character. I'm just drawn to it. I don't care if it's like a Golden Age, but like just the Golden Age line work. Man, I love that, man.
That is such a beautiful Wonder Woman, the now versus the then. Oh, gorgeous, man, gorgeous.
It's pretty sweet.
It is pretty awesome.
I got this a couple of days ago. Got my
That's great.
yeah, I like this. John Romita Sr., top 3 favorite artist.
Is that a chain he's wearing?
Is that a what?
Is that a chain that he's wearing on his?
Yeah.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
He's got the falcon around his neck. Yeah, the
That's
chain.
cool. That's cool. I never noticed that before.
Yeah, I like the spine on this copy and the collars. It's a pretty nice copy.
Yeah.
It's really, it looks for a 4.5. It looks amazing, to be honest.
Yeah, it does. It really does.
Pretty sweet. Yeah, that's all I wanted to show. Thank you, Blake.
Oh, no problem. No problem. All right. Let's get Biggie out of here. Chris says he's got to say Beckerman is onto something great. He with local wrestling, he got a standing room ticket, and his view is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I'm just looking at his pictures.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, Beckerman's at some local wrestling today, so that's fun.
No,
And we get
Boston.
local wrestling here too, but it's like about 45-minute drive from where I live. So maybe I should head up there. One of my buddies is a wrestler in that promotion. I should probably go support him.
Yeah, I have a blast going to our shows. Fountain City's doing a crossover show with Central States Wrestling. So the 2 biggest promotions in the area are doing a cross promotion show. It's significantly further than I'm used to driving for their stuff. It's about an hour from where I live in Leavenworth, Kansas.
Okay.
And I think they've got a prison there too. That
Yeah.
I haven't heard of.
I think I've heard. Yeah.
But I'm gonna go. I have decided I'm gonna go, but I don't think most of my crew is going because it's significantly further.
Don't pick up any hitchhikers. That's all I'm gonna,
Well, he said he was a nice guy.
Maybe some of that caged heat,
If he comes out of the ground, definitely not so, right?
I haven't really
Or
picked up too
Andy
much.
Dufresne sewer pipe.
I haven't picked up too many new things, honestly, lately. Like a few, but nothing crazy, nothing major. Obviously, I got this from Steven recently.
Yeah, that's great.
Which is fantastic. That is the
That foreshortening, really, really good.
It's Morgan time.
Yeah, it's the 3rd appearance of Morbius. I did buy this. And like I say, you got to read your comic books, people, because I've read this book, and I can assure you, John Constantine does not appear in this book. even though it says the first cameo appearance of John Constantine.
Why did they do that then? Why did they? What the fuck? He's not in it at all.
He's not in it at all.
Not even
an ad.
Nope. There's a picture. So what happened was Alan Moore wanted to have Sting, the comic, the musician, in his comic. So he drew a little panel of Sting's head, and everyone latched onto that and said it was Constantine.
Wow.
And
Holy shit!
yeah, so Constantine's cameo and his first appearance is in number 37. So there's no other book, even though they will have you believe that this is.
But they based the design of Constantine off of Sting, so
They did, yes.
You do understand how people got led astray, because if I base a character off of you, but then also had you make a cameo appearance like several issues earlier, what's your first appearance, right?
Yeah, I'm a count it, dude. I'm a count it. Fuck it.
He was in the house, but he was just off panel,
Yeah, I mean, he couldn't really say it was Sting either. It's just he drew some character to look like Sting, right?
If I'm gonna
So-
draw, if I'm gonna base a character off of old Summer there, and then we also earlier included that guy in a comic. I get why people drew the lines.
It's interesting. It's amusing. I find it amusing. I love the book. I'm a big fan of Swamp Thing, and so that was just a good book to get. Also, I had to John Constantine, so I was like, I need this one to match with the other one. And it's honestly not that expensive. This book is fairly decently priced, $150, I think, for like a 9.6 or something like that.
Right.
Fairly decently priced.
Yeah.
So you're not going to break the bank or anything if you go buy that book. Legend says he's got some new comics in 2025. If anyone wants to check it out, of course we want to check it out.
Some
Legend,
major bangers. Major bangers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I saw a video recently. Great stuff.
your videos, I've said it before, Legend, but you have one of the best collections in the community, man. I know you don't show it off very often, but it is a hell of a collection, bro. Hell of a collection, man.
Those Charltons.
Yeah, you gotta twist his fucking arm to get him to show him on your channel. I got him to show him a couple times, but it's not very easy.
And he's an excellent chef too.
Is he a chef?
And
Oh my God.
he's pretty good with a guitar too. Like he does comic wrestling battles while playing guitar. Like what's his name, Alex or whatever.
No. He almost made me go get my guitar when he was fighting me. I'm like, God, do we have to have battling guitar battles? Is that what's going to happen here?
Now that would
It's
be
one of my
pretty
favorites,
cool,
yeah.
Actually, I would want to watch that. And I never want to watch any of your matches, Blake.
Oh, thanks, buddy. I appreciate you.
It'd be like that Ralph Macchio film where he's like doing the guitar off against Stevie Vai. What movie was that?
Oh my God!
Right after Karate Kid, but he did like.
I know the movie you're talking about. Yeah, I know the one you're talking about too. Jeez.
Crossroads.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
So, Bobby, you think you're going to go to that Leavenworth show?
I think so.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
I'm going.
If you guys weren't here earlier, Bobby showed off some amazing art pieces. Bobby is an artist extraordinaire. He can do his own art. He can take someone else's existing art and make it 10 times better. Bobby did an awesome picture of Speedball in a city. He also did one of Galactus over in a city, and it's absolutely stunning.
Oh,
God.
wow.
The Namor is really good. So
That's
the
fantastic.
style of art's great. You know, you go to Value Village, you get an old cool piece of art. You just
Wow.
you better it up, man. Look at that. That's awesome.
That's great. Man, it's so vivid.
Yeah,
Almost
man,
like
I'm trying to tell people to do some repurpose art. Yeah, here's some. I seen Rad had that New Gods, so when I seen it, I had to pick mine up. Yeah, my New Gods blank.
I think that blank looks good. I like the fact that they did the old header on it. Thunder, holy shit.
What's his Jason Aaron? You know what I mean? He's a local guy, so I'm hoping to get that signed. I'm gonna draw some on there.
I haven't watched Thunder since I was like 11.
Ooh, there's a hot book.
Oh my God.
You can retire.
So you're the one that's teaching Beckerman how to spec. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on.
Yeah.
Everything I learned from Bobby.
Very cool stuff, Bobby. Very cool. What'd you do with the Galactus? Is it already gone? Did someone already buy it?
No, I hung it up in my room. Yeah, I hung it up. It's in my room. But yeah, it's for sale, man. I don't know. I like to do art, but I don't know. I'm not a good businessman, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Don't worry, Bobby. You're not alone. I know a lot of artists that really suck at the other side of it. They're great at art. They're great. They suck at time and they suck at selling their own stuff. All artists need a straight man. You need like a guy in a suit or a gal in a suit, whatever you like.
I need a manager, man. I need a good manager.
You need one of them suit people to help you out.
These guys, I did a painting. That first painting I did was that I did the Ninja Turtle, the last Ronin, and Beckerman and Swag. They sent that to somebody. It's hanging in the comic shop somewhere. Yeah.
That's great.
New
Muties.
Second print, first cable. Very cool.
Got a pretty good little cable collection.
Strife too, man. Don't forget Strife.
Oh
yes, that's right too.
I have the first print of that. I sold it. Yeah, that gave me seller's regret. Yeah.
McFarlane, Liefeld team up.
Watch out, Muties. God damn.
And Snow
Yeah.
Punch, right?
It is supposed to be an Avengers. That's what Legion said, and I guess a lot of other people. But
Yeah.
That came from the
I haven't seen
AOK.
these blacked out UPC very often.
That's interesting.
So that's part of the AOK that I sent Rad this week. Glad it got there good.
Very cool.
Yeah, man. I got you.
I'm gonna skedaddle myself. I'm gonna go
All right,
take
brother.
a shower.
Have a good night
finally.
tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, you too, dude. Give love the fam for me. That deal you're going to would be about the only reason I would go to Rosedale. Is always for the delegate.
Tell Scotty, man, drop by the church sometime, and then yeah.
Hey,
have some lessons.
I don't know. His timing was pretty on point the second I dropped off. So maybe he was watching. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he was lurking. But yeah, I'll be on YouTube tonight, and Bobby.
What are you going to be on YouTube? What are you doing on YouTube tonight, Beckerman? You're going to be on C3 or something? What's going on?
No, I'm going on Scotty's channel.
Oh, Scotty's okay.
Yeah,
they're
doing a movie review. So Scotty Young has I Hate Fairyland, 48, 49 coming out this week. And they're doing an homage to The Fly in it, where Gert gets combined with Larry.
Nice. Wow, I didn't know it was that high in numbers.
It what?
I didn't know it was that far in issues.
Yep, approaching issue 50. He's doing legacy numbering though, because remember he did volume 2, which restarted the numbers. So there's 1 through 20, volume 1, 1 through 20, volume 2, and now he's legacy numbering. So it started with 41 to now on the road to 50.
That would be a cool cartoon.
Todd McFarlane did a cover for issue 50 that's in solicitation right now. And it's not my favorite of the issue 50s. I sent it to you, Blake. We talked about this.
I often pick up Todd McFarlane covers. He doesn't do them too often these days, so I usually pick them up.
Yeah.
I loved his Philadelphia cover, but some aren't as good as others.
But anyway,
he's got a really good Crow cover too.
Yes, yes, he does. Yeah,
I don't know if I've seen that one.
It's like the Crow's like a native. It's really cool.
Oh wow,
nice. But yeah, we're watching The Fly over at Scotty's shop, and afterwards he's going live. I think at 8 p.m. Central.
Classic.
Right. Send me a link so I can watch it.
Yeah, well. Later, guys.
Later, Beckerman. That's Beckerman. Check him out. Check him out on his own channel. He's got one of the best channels going on YouTube. That's an ongoing church joke. If you don't know, you don't know. But man, awesome. We're probably gonna start going around the horn. It is 10 after 3. See what everybody's got going on their own channels. See what they wanna shout out and plug. All right, my friend. What do you got going on with yourself, sir?
Drop like 2 or 3 videos a week, just weekly comics and then extras and stuff that I get. That's all.
Nice, man. Nice. Anything good coming up? What do you just your pickups or what are you dropping?
Yeah, I got pre-orders coming in. I got this week's books showing up soon, and I got 3 auction wins coming, and I got some books coming from Denmark.
Nice.
Oh wow, that's great.
Very, very cool. Check him out. Check him out on his own channel. Give him a follow.
Definitely be doing
Mr. Rad, what do you got going on with yourself, sir, this week?
I'm working on a commission right now. I'll probably post that on Instagram Monday or Tuesday if you want to look at it.
Is that the one with the Terror? Is that the commission you're?
Yeah, Black Terror, Yellow Claw, and
nice.
I'll be dropping that Monday, Tuesday, and then just opened up. I'm open for commissions, and hit me up. I'll be here Sunday.
If you watch church on a regular basis, Rad is always drawing at church. He's always got the art out. He's always doing something live, which is really great. Sometimes it's the commission. Sometimes it hasn't been commissioned yet. Sometimes he's just drawing for the love of the game, and you can actually just buy it as he's drawing it. So don't forget to check out Rad Art. Hit him up on Instagram for commissions. He's fast, reliable. He's excellent, and he's got decent prices. So. Mr. Biggie Shack, what do you got going on with your bad self, sir?
So we just did a collector club Friday night. Severely, highly underviewed. I feel like it should get a couple more views, but yeah, if you ain't doing nothing, check it out. We did it called new game called Peekabook, and people were knowing what the books were pretty quick. So I was pretty proud of the dudes that were getting them right.
Oh,
So
Doc was on game.
Doc was fucking crushing it. Yeah, man. I don't know if he had like eagle vision or what the hell it was, but yeah. This week we're, same per usual. Oh, he's going to try. Yeah. What's this book? Let's see. This is how we play the game.
But I gotta get my stupid big fingers out of the way.
Amazing Spider-Man 352.
It's close.
Carnage. First
Yeah.
Carnage.
Yeah, it's
Carnage. That book was actually showing last week on Friday. But that is how you play Peekabook.
Son of a gun.
Monday, nothing's going on as far as I know. Tuesday, don't know. Okay, so Wednesday's book club and Thursday is Hot 5 Commandments, and then Friday will be do the collector club again. So that's what I got going on. Thank you guys.
Nice. And of course, TM is there with the top 5 commandments. They always do a good job. Honestly, it's one of the best speculation comic book shows on YouTube right now. Mr. Bobby D, what do you got going on with yourself, sir?
Man, I ain't got too much going on. There's my Constantine figurine.
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna get in where I fit in, man. I'll be here at church, hanging with you guys, and hopefully the hunt be making a comeback where I'm the three-time world-time heavyweight champ of showing books. Yeah, there's a little Peekabook. Look,
Peekabook.
Yeah.
It's a blank cover. Oh, okay, man.
I almost got it.
That's too hard on Peekabook, bro. That's too hard.
Love you guys.
Love you too, brother. Bobby, we appreciate you here, Bobby. You know you're welcome every Sunday, and we love having you. So, Mr. Archivist, what you got going on with yourself, sir?
Okay, well, I dropped a video last night, late last night. So you can check that out. It's an unboxing video. A lot of cool stuff in there, though. On Tuesday, I will be on Gary B's live show, I think around 8 p.m. Eastern. So check that out. The Tuesday after, I'll be on Matt Likes Comics.
Nice.
And then on March 21st, I believe, I'll be on the live show with those other conservators discussing the state of conservation and restoration in comic books.
Love it.
Should have a couple of videos, hopefully, maybe at least one video out this week of my own, of some conservation I'm doing. So,
well, again, you're always welcome here. If you ever want to come back on, just let me know. I'm very easygoing when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Appreciate it.
The only thing I ask is that you show your face before I let you on, because people get weird, man. Some things get weird on the internet.
It happened recently on Matt's channel, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. You saw that.
I was there.
Yeah. Mr. TM slipped in the back door over here. How you doing, TM? Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I slept in. I was up late hanging out with the guys and that, and then I had to go to the store before I jumped on. So I just got.
What do you got coming on with yourself this week, sir?
Hot 5 Commandments. I'll try to drop another short that's connected with the Hot 5 Commandments because I got another book. It's a pricey book, but it fits in with the theme we were going with this past Thursday.
Right.
Yeah, Hot 5 Commandments every Thursday. Definitely check that out. Over on Biggie Shack's channel most of the time. And I have a box coming from Cali Comics. I have a box coming from Archivist Adrift. So thank you for Archivist Adrift. I appreciate that.
No problem.
And then just avoiding fake people left and right.
That's fair. I try to avoid them as much as possible, but I have to go to work, so they.
Yeah.
I have to talk with them. It's terrible, but we do it. We do it. And of course, here Sunday, every Sunday we do comic book church. Last week was a short stream. We found out Papa Willie passed away last week, and this week, you know what? We're back up and running. We miss you, Papa. I miss you. I miss having you here. It was always nice having you pop on. So yeah, we do miss Papa Wheelie. And of course, I do drop a few videos here and there. I drop some music videos once in a while. We try and get some of that out. And yeah, man, we just try and be cool. We're just hanging out. We're just trying to be part of the community, living life, collecting comic books, and loving what we do, man. So
I will say one thing about Papa. Papa, you better be up in heaven watching Good Will Hunting. If you haven't watched it by the time I get up there, there's gonna be trouble.
yes, absolutely. On that note, let's get out of here. We appreciate everybody. Have a wonderful evening, guys.